gatatu w'amashuri yisumbuye tukaba rero dusuzuma ubumenyi bw'abana mu ndimi mu Kinyarwanda no mu Cyongereza mu mibare hanyuma mu bana biga mu mwaka wa gatatu w'amashuri yisumbuye tukanasuzuma na siyansi n'ubushakashatsi rero mu by'ukuri butareba abanyeshuri bose ahubwo duhitamo abanyeshuri bamwe kuko nubwo ari isuzuma ariko rikorwa mu buryo bw'ubushakashatsi buduha rero ishusho rusange y'uko abana biga mu gihugu ndetse hakaba n'ibindi birimo biba birenze ibibazo tuba twatanze amasuzuma ahubwo tukanabaza n'abantu ku bibazo biba bihari nuko babona byakemuka kugira ngo abana bagume biga neza kandi uburezi nabwo bugume butera imbere.
Yego. Ese nihe mwabonye hakiri icyuho cyangwa se hakwiye gushyirwamo imbaraga cyane?
Yarakoze cyane nk'uko nababwiye namaze kubabwira amasomo dukora ahubwo bushakashatsi urebye muri rusange hose muri iyo myaka navuze abana bafite aho batakoze neza urebye kuko hari aho bakora neza hari usanga batarakoze neza ariko cyane cyane mu ndimi Icyongereza usanga ariho mu by'ukuri hagikeneye gushyirwa imbaraga.
Muri iki gikorwa cy'uyu munsi aho tugiye gutangariza abanyarwanda ibyavuye mu bushakashatsi bwakozwe muri 2025 hagamijwe gupima urwego rw'imyigire ndetse n'imyigishirize mu mashuri yo mu Rwanda ariyo benshi tuzi nka Learning Achievement for Rwandan Schools, LARS. For those who don't speak or who don't understand Kinyarwanda, we are going to start with the Kinyarwanda session and then later we'll continue so colleagues can help to translate to you. Mwakoze cyane rero dufite abanyarwanda hirya no hino badukurikiye ubwo tugiye gutangira muri iki gitondo turahera kuri nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Uburezi araza kudutangiriza iyi gahunda atubwire muri make ariko nanone umuyobozi mukuru wa NESA aricyo kigo gishinzwe ibizami mu Rwanda Dr. Bahati Bernard nawe araza kutubwira muri make ibyavuye muri ubu bushakashatsi. Nyuma ye nanone turaza kubaza ibibazo cyangwa se kungurana ibitekerezo mbere yuko dufata ifoto y'urwibutso. Nyuma yaho ndaza kubabwira izindi gahunda zikurikira. Ubwo rero munyemerere ntubire nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Uburezi kugira ngo dutangirize iyi nama. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri, ni karibu.
Banyakubahwa turi kumwe uyu munsi batumirwa bahire banyarwandakazi abadukurikiye muri hirya no hino mwaba muri kuri televiziyo y'u Rwanda cyangwa mukoresha imbuga nkoranyambaga mwaramutseho neza. Nishimiye kubakira hano muri iki cyumba cy'inama no gutangiza ku mugaragazo umuhango wo kumurika ibyavuye mu bushakashatsi bwakozwe hagamijwe gupima urwego rw'imyigire n'imyigishirize mu mashuri y'u Rwanda. Ibyavuye muri ubu bushakashatsi biduha amakuru y'ingenzi azadufasha gushyiraho ingamba zo gukomeza guteza imbere ireme ry'uburezi. Ubu bushakashatsi buzwi ku izina rya Learning Achievement in Rwandan Schools cyangwa LARS mu magambo ahinnye. Mbere na mbere ndifuza kubaha ikaze mwese mwitabiriye uyu muhango, mukaba mwawitabiriye muturutse mu nzego zitandukanye za leta, uturere, amashuri, umuryango mugari w'abarimu, abafatanyabikorwa mu iterambere ndetse n'abandi bose dufatanya mu rwego rw'uburezi. Kuba muri hano bigaragaza ubushake n'ishyaka twese dufite mu guteza imbere ireme ry'uburezi mu Rwanda. Ndashimira kandi ubufatanye burangwa mu burezi bwacu, cyane cyane hagati ya leta n'ibigo biharanira guteza imbere ubumenyi n'abafatanyabikorwa bagira uruhare mu kubona amakuru akenewe, ari nayo duheraho dufata ibyemezo no gushyira ingamba za ngombwa zo kuzamura ireme ry'uburezi. Uburezi bwacu ni inkingi ikomeye mu kubaka icyerekezo twihaye cyo kugira ubukungu bushingiye ku bumenyi. Ibi twarabyiyemeje nk'uko biri mu cyerekezo cy'igihugu 2050 ndetse no muri porogaramu yo kwihutisha iterambere NST2. Uburezi rero ni umusingi w'iterambere ry'igihugu cyacu, nibwo bushingiweho ubumenyi, ubushobozi bwo guhanga udushya, kongera umusaruro no kubaka ubukungu burambye. Niyo mpamvu uyu munsi nka minisiteri n'inzego dufatanya dukomeje gushyira imbaraga mu guteza imbere ireme ry'uburezi. Uretse intambwe nziza kandi ishimishije tumaze gutera mu kongera umubare w'abana bitabira ishuri, tunashyira imbaraga mu kureba neza koko niba abanyeshuri bacu bunguka ubumenyi n'ubushobozi nk'uko bikenewe, kandi tukareba niba biga neza kandi bashobora gushyira ibyo biga bakabishyira mu bikorwa bya buri munsi. Niyo mpamvu ubugenzuzi n'ubushakashatsi nk'ubu ngubu bwa LARS bubaho, kugira ngo tumenye niba abanyeshuri koko biga uko tubyifuza kandi bakabona ubumenyi tuzubakiraho kugira ngo igihugu cyacu gitere imbere. Ubushakashatsi bwa LARS 2025 tubageza uyu munsi bwakozwe muri Gicurasi 2025 n'ikigo gishinzwe ibizamini bya leta n'ubugenzuzi bw'amashuri NESA ku bufatanye n'inzobere zo muri SR India na Education Development Center ECD, hubahirizwa amahame mpuzamahanga y'ubuziranenge buranga ubushakashatsi bwo kuri uru rwego. Ubu bushakashatsi bwa LARS ni kimwe mu bikoresho by'ingenzi bidufasha gukusanya amakuru no gupima aho tugeze mu rugendo rwo guteza imbere ireme ry'uburezi. Buri mwaka nako buri myaka ibiri buduha ishusho y'urwego rw'ubumenyi rw'abanyeshuri bo mu mwaka wa gatatu n'umwaka wa gatanu w'amashuri abanza ndetse n'uwa gatatu w'amashuri yisumbuye. Bitandukanye n'ibizamini bisanzwe bipima umunyeshuri ku giti cye, LARS idufasha kubona ko gahunda yose y'uburezi ihagaze no gusuzuma niba politike, ishoramari n'impinduka dushyira mu bikorwa bitanga umusaruro ukwiye ku myigire mu mashuri. Ubushakashatsi tumurika uyu munsi bwageze ku banyeshuri 22,950 bo mu mashuri 592 yo mu turere twose tw'igihugu. Bwapimye abanyeshuri bo mu mwaka wa gatatu w'amashuri abanza primary 3, uwa gatandatu w'amashuri abanza primary 6 n'uwa gatatu w'amashuri yisumbuye senior 3, kugira ngo hareberwe uko imiterere imeze mu byiciro bitandukanye by'uburezi bw'ibanze. Byapimye amasomo y'ingenzi harimo Ikinyarwanda, Icyongereza, imibare na siyansi. Aya masomo ni ingenzi kuko ari afasha abanyeshuri kubaka ubushobozi bwo gutekereza, gukemura ibibazo no kwitegurira ubuzima n'umurimo. Ibyavuye muri ubu bushakashatsi bigaragaza ko hari intambwe nziza igihugu gikomeje gutera. Hari aho twabonye umusaruro mwiza mu isomo rya siyansi ku rwego rwa senior 3, mu mibare muri primary 3 ndetse no mu Cyongereza ku rwego rw'amashuri abanza. Ibi biragaragaza ko gahunda n'ingamba zishyirwa mu bikorwa zitanga umusaruro. Ariko kandi ubushakashatsi bwanagaragaje ibibazo bikomeye bikomeje kubangamira imyigire. Muri ibyo harimo ikibazo nyamukuru cyo gusobanukirwa no kumva neza ibyo abanyeshuri basoma nubwo basoma amagambo neza. Akenshi umubare utari muto byagaragaye ko abanyeshuri basoma amagambo uko yanditse, ariko isesengura rikerekana ko baba batumvise neza ibikubiye muri iyo nyandiko basomye. Ibi rero bikaba ari ikintu tugomba guhagurukira, kuko iyo tumvise neza ikibajijwe nawe ntabwo ushobora kugisubiza neza. Ubushakashatsi bwanagaragaje ko imyigire y'umwana iterwa n'ibintu binyuranye kandi byinshi, nk'ubucucike mu mashuri, ibikoresho byifashishwa mu myigire, gahunda yo kugaburira abana ku ishuri, umutekano n'imibereho myiza ku mashuri, ikoranabuhanga ndetse n'intera abana bagenda bajya ku ishuri, byose bigira uruhare rukomeye ku musaruro w'abanyeshuri. Ibyavuye muri ubu bushakashatsi rero si imibare gusa, ni indorerwamo itwereka aho urwego rw'uburezi rwacu bugeze. Bidusaba kwisuzuma no kureba niba ibyo dukora bihagije kandi bifasha abanyeshuri bose. Muri iki gikorwa cyaduhuje hano uyu munsi, ndasaba ko buri wese afata aya makuru cyane cyane amureba agakora kurushaho. Intego yacu si ugusesengura imibare gusa, ahubwo ni ukuyivomamo ibyemezo n'ibikorwa bifatika bizamura ireme ry'uburezi mu gihugu cyacu. Abo turi kumwe hano n'abadukurikiye hirya no hino, mwisanzure, mutange ibitekerezo byanyu, mubaze ibibazo byanyu, kuko uruhare rwa buri wese ari ingenzi mu gukomeza guteza imbere ireme ry'uburezi bw'abana bacu. Reka nsoze mbifuriza mwese inama nziza, kandi dukomeze dufatanye kugira ngo duteze imbere ireme ry'uburezi rizaviramo ko abana b'Abanyarwanda biteza imbere barateza imbere igihugu cyabo ari nacyo cyacu. Murakoze, mugire inama nziza.
Arakoze cyane nyakubahwa Minisita. Twabyumvise ko LARS atari imibare gusa, ahubwo ari indorerwamo twireberamo twese kugira ngo turebe aho tugeze mu kuzamura ireme ry'uburezi. Twanumvise ko ntabwo ari ibizami bisanzwe nka bya bindi dukora ibizamini bya leta, ahubwo n'ubushakashatsi butakorerwa kuri bose, ahubwo ku bana bakeya. Mwabyumvise ko ari umwaka wa 3 w'amashuri abanza, umwaka wa 6 w'amashuri abanza, umwaka wa 3 w'amashuri yisumbuye. Tukareba Ikinyarwanda, Icyongereza, imibare na siyansi, kugira ngo twese twumve neza ibyo tugiye kureba uyu munsi nk'Abanyarwanda. Mfashe uyu mwanya rero nsabe umuyobozi mukuru wa NESA, ikigo gishinzwe ibizami ndetse n'ubugenzuzi bw'amashuri, kugira ngo atugezeho ibyavuye muri ubu bushakashatsi naho tuhagaze uyu munsi. Deje.
Nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Uburezi, ba nyakubahwa mwese muteraniye hano, batumirwa, ndagira ngo mfate uyu mwanya nk'uko nyakubahwa Minisitiri amaze kubivuga, mu by'ukuri asa n'uwatanze ishusho yose y'ubushakashatsi, ariko noneho ndagira ngo mbugemo mu buryo burambuye, hanyuma tuze no kugira umwanya wo kuza kuganira ariko abantu babonye ishusho rusange. Nkaba rero nasabaga ko abari kudufasha badushyiriraho presentation ubundi tugakomeza. Ubu bushakashatsi rero nk'uko babivuze, ni ubushakashatsi bukorwa buri nyuma y'imyaka 2, hasi mpatinda aho bahavuze. Iyo rero ari ubushakashatsi ufite abantu ukoreraho ubushakashatsi, ntabwo bose ubashyira mu bushakashatsi, ahubwo ukoresha icyo twita itsinda rito, aribyo bita sample. Akaba ari ubushakashatsi rero bwasuzumye abana bari hafi 23,000 mu mashuri 592 mu gihugu hose, mu mwaka wa 3 wa 6 by'amashuri abanza, hanyuma n'umwaka wa 3 w'amashuri yisumbuye. Akomeza. Ubushakashatsi rero reka niseguro wenda kuba tumva ikinyarwanda baradufasha bakurikire kuri izi screen, hanyuma nkore presentation mu kinyarwanda. Ubwo abo bicaranye hari n'udutabo twatanze baza kujya basemura. Muri ubu bushakashatsi rero twakoze, abana tubashyira mu byiciro bitandukanye, ni ibyiciro 4. Hari abana baba bujuje ibipimo tugenderaho, ndibuze kubigarukaho kuri buri somo. Hakaba ababirengeje, hari ababirenza rwose ibipimo bihari, aribo twita exceed expectations. Hari n'ababyuzuza ibyo bipimo, ariko hari n'abatabyuzuza. Ni ukuvuga ngo muri abana bose twakoreyeho ubushakashatsi tubashyira mu byiciro 4, ibyo ngibyo nari maze kuvuga. Twakomeza. Dusuzuma iki? Niki dusuzuma? Nkuko babivuze, mu mwaka wa 3 w'amashuri abanza dusuzuma abana ubumenyi bw'abana mu kinyarwanda, hanyuma tukanasuzuma ubumenyi bwabo mu cyongereza ndetse no mu mibare. Mu wa 6 w'amashuri abanza naho nuko, ariko ho ntabwo dusuzuma ikinyarwanda, dusuzuma icyongereza n'imibare. Hanyuma mu mwaka wa 3 w'amashuri yisumbuye tugasuzuma abana mu cyongereza, imibare na siyansi. Turebye rero uko bihagaze, abana bo mu wa 3 w'amashuri abanza mu kinyarwanda, isuzuma riba rigizwe n'ibice 3. Igice cya mbere ni ugusoma amagambo umwana amenyereye yo mu ishuri, amagambo, amazina y'ibikoresho, amazina y'ibintu, kuyasoma. Hanyuma hakazaho n'ikindi gice aho basoma ayo magambo ariko noneho ari mu nteruro. Ubwa mbere bayasoma ari yonyine, ariko ubundi bakayasoma ari mu nteruro. Hanyuma uburyo bwa 3 dusuzuma mu kinyarwanda ni ikizamini bakora banditse, ariko noneho basubiza ibibazo, bagasoma umwandiko, hama bagasubiza ibibazo kuri uwo mwandiko cyangwa agace k'umwandiko twabageneye. Basubira kuri iriya screen. Iyo urebye rero icyiciro cya mbere, gusoma amagambo mu mwaka wa 3 ari yonyine, abana bujuje ibipimo bibangenderwaho, ni ukuvuga tubaha amagambo 35. Ni ukuvuga ngo umwana wujuje igipimo abasoma nibura amagambo 35 ku munota. Ni ukuvuga abana biga mu wa 3, ubushakashatsi bakoze ubu ngubu 49% gusa nibo babashije nibura gusoma amagambo 35 gusubiza hejuru, nibo babashije kuzuza ibipimo. Hanyuma wayashyira mu nteruro 71% nibo babasha gusoma ayo magambo. Ariko nkuko nyakubahwa minisitiri w'uburezi yabigarutseho, dufite ikibazo gikomeye cyane cy'uko abana basoma, ariko wababaza ibyo basomye 44% gusa nibo bashobora kugusubiza neza ibyo basomye ko babyumvishe. Murabona ko tugifite ikibazo cy'uko abana basoma, ariko kumva ibyo basoma turacyari hasi cyane. Abana 64% bose twakoreyeho ubushakashatsi ntabwo babasha gusubiza neza ibibazo bijyanye n'ibyo basomye. Twakomeza. Hanyuma ikinyarwanda turebye uko abana twabajije uko bakoze, ugereranije abahungu n'abakobwa ndetse n'uturere dutandukanye, aho urabona ko muri bya biciro 3 byose navuze, abana b'abakobwa b'umwaka wa 3 urebye bakoze neza kurusha abahungu nk'uko bigaragara hariya. Hanyuma wajya uko byifashe hirya no hino mu gihugu, ukabona ko intara y'Amajyaruguru mu gusoma ni byiza. Muri Kigali City haracyarimo ikibazo, hama no mu ntara y'Amajyepfo mu ntara y'amajyaruguru murabona hariya handitse the northern province paradox, hariyo ibintu twabonye bisa n'ibidasobanutse, hari bisaba ko abantu bagura ubushakashatsi bagashaka ibisobanuro. Abana baho mu wa gatatu bazi gusoma pe bihuta, ya magambo navuze 35 gusubiza hejuru, niyo ntara yaje imbere mu zindi kuri iryo suzuma. Ariko noneho ikaza inyuma mu gihe dusuzuma abana niba bumva ibyo basomye. Abana basoma vuba, ariko noneho wajya gusuzuma kugira ngo wumve ibyo basomye ikaza ari ya nyuma. Twakomeza. Mu Cyongereza ho byifashe bite? Naho mu Cyongereza mu mwaka wa gatatu isuzuma ryari rigizwe n'ibice bitatu, aho twasuzumye ubumenyi umwana afite mu Cyongereza, mu bita grammar, vocabulary n'ibindi. Hanyuma naho dusuzuma uko basoma amagambo ari mu nteruro, ariko naho tunareba reading comprehension, abana niba bumva ibyo basomye. Nk'uko imibare rero ibigaragaza hariya, mu bumenyi bujyanye n'ururimi 46.6% nibo bagejeje ku bipimo, 63 mu gusoma amagambo nibo babasha kuyasoma mu buryo bujuje ibipimo, 35 gusubiza hejuru. Cya kibazo cyo kumva ibyo umwana yasomye ntabwo kiri mu Kinyarwanda gusa, ahubwo mu Cyongereza kirushaho kuba gikomeye cyane, kuko mu mwaka wa gatatu abana 76% bose birabagora kugira ngo basubize ibibazo biba bijyanye n'ibyo basomye. Mu mwaka wa gatandatu ho naho bakora ikizamini cyanditse cy'Icyongereza, ho urabona ko nibura abana 22 babashije kugeza ku bipimo, ariko twagera mu wa gatatu ukabona nanone umubare wasubiye hasi, umubare w'abana baba bujuje ibipimo. Aha rero naho tureba uko byifashe hirya no hino. Nk'uko mubibona muri Eastern Province, Kigali City, mu ntara zose, urabona ko mu mwaka wa gatatu urabona ko abana bakoze neza mu Cyongereza, ndetse wajya no mu mwaka wa gatandatu ukabona ko bakoze neza. Mbese iriya shusho iragaragaza ko mu myaka yose urebye muri province zose abana bagiye bakora neza, ariko Kigali City ikaza, umujyi wa Kigali ukaza urusha izindi ntara zose. Hanyuma ukabona ko mu mwaka wa gatandatu ariho mu ntara zose ndetse no mu myaka yose usanga ariho abana batakoze neza mu Cyongereza, ariko mu mwaka wa gatatu urabona ko abana bagerageje. Twakomeza. Aha rero ubushakashatsi nubwo tuvuga ngo abana bakoze gutya, ijanisha rinini ry'abana bujuje ibipimo ntabwo bagejeje ku bipimo, tunareba mu by'ukuri ese muri ubwo bushakashatsi ni icyo abana bashobora gukora neza cyangwa se benshi, ibibagora ni ibihe. Urebye rero uko ubushakashatsi bwabigerageje, abana birabagora nk'uko nabivuze kubasha kuvana amakuru mu byo basomye, aribyo hariya bise retrieve information from simple text. Birabagora nubwo baba babashe kubisoma, ariko ugasanga nko kwerekana amagambo, kwerekana igishushanyo gihuza n'ijambo, ibyo bintu byoroshye bitabasaba gutekereza cyane barabishobora. Ariko wabasaba kugira ngo basobanure, wabasaba kugira ngo basubize ibibazo runaka, ugasanga ntabwo abenshi babikora. Kandi si mu Cyongereza gusa, no mu Kinyarwanda naho icyo kibazo kirimo. Ukomeza aha muri nkuko nabivuze mu byiciro bitandukanye mu rurimi abana mu by'ukuri usanga ibibazo bibagora abona no gusubiramo kwerekana ibintu biri mu nteruro birabagora cyane ku buryo abana 25.8% aribo babishobora cyangwa se ukababaza ibisobanuro by'amagambo runaka bakaba babiguha ariko ayo magambo wayashyira aho twita grammar in context ugasanga ni ikibazo gikomeye cyane wajya muri ibisobanuro by'amagambo naho nuko iyo wabihaye abana barabikora hariya mu cyatsi ariko ari hejuru mu mutuku wabibazaho cyangwa se wabishyize mu icyo ndita context Ikinyarwanda kisa n'ikigora wabishyira mu nteruro aho bisaba ko umwana atareba ijambo ryonyine ugasanga byamugoye ndetse byamubangamiye. Ibi ni bya bindi bigaruka ku byo nerekanye mbere ko gusoma baragerageza ariko kumva ibyo basomye cyangwa se kubihuza n'ibindi ugasanga ni ikibazo gikomeye cyane. Mu mibare naho twarayisuzumye ubushakashatsi bwakorewe muri ya myaka 3 nk'uko nabivuze aho bakora ikizamini cyanditse kiba kirimo ibyiciro bitandukanye mu mibare ho abana 63 bo mu mwaka wa 3 w'amashuri abanza nibo bagejeje ku bipimo bisabwa, hanyuma mu mwaka wa 6 68 n'ibice 7 nibo bujuje ibipimo bagejeje ku bipimo bisabwa, hanyuma mu mwaka wa 3 w'amashuri yisumbuye urebye ugereranije mu mibare niho ubushakashatsi bwerekanye ko abana mu by'ukuri ugereranije n'imyaka batakoze neza nko mu wa 3 ndetse no mu wa 6. Aha rero nk'uko mubibona urabona ko mu mwaka wa 3 w'amashuri yisumbuye ndetse mu ntara zose ririya bara rijya gusa n'icyatsi urabona ko mu ntara zose abana ariho muri north muri mujyi wa Kigali mu burasirazuba ndetse no mu burengerazuba urabona ko abana bagerageje umwaka muri P3 mu wa 3 sorry niho ubona bagerageje neza gukora neza nkuko twabibonye mbere ariko wajya muri mu mwaka wa 6 wa 3 nkuko twabyerekanye ukabona ko mu ntara zose mu mibare nkuko nabivuze mbere ariho bigaragara ko abana batakoze neza kurusha ahandi mu yindi myaka. Aha rero naho nkuko ndari nabivuze mbere tugenda tureba ese ni ibihe byiciro mu mibare abana bakora neza. Urabona ko mu mwaka wa 3 ibi bita kubara imibare isanzwe number and operations kugabanya ndetse ukazanamo na geometry kureba uko ibishushanyo bitandukanye abana babikoresha inziga inkiramende n'iki birabagora ku buryo ndetse ni ikibazo gikomeye cyane. Abana 15% gusa nibo babasha gukora ibibazo birimo kubara gukuba kugabanya kandi mu by'ukuri iyo ni ingenzi iyo ni base y'ibindi byose ariko murabona ko abana babikora neza babishobora umubare ukiri hasi cyane ndetse na hariya handi geometry naho mu by'ukuri urabona ko umubare ukiri hasi cyane mu mwaka wa 3 ariko wajya nko mu bibazo bibabaza kwibuka imibare kwerekana imibare kwerekana kumuha nk'urukiramende ukamubaza urwo ari rwo akaba yagusubiza ariko wamubaza ibibazo bijyanye wenda no gushaka ubuso bwarwo ugasanga ni ikibazo gikomeye cyane. Twakomeza aha naho ni bya byiciro navuze ugeze mu mwaka wa 6 usanga abana ibibazo bijyanye no kubara bakoresheje amakuru wabahaye data birabagora cyane, ndetse n'ibibazo bimwe twita amahurizo nayo arabagora cyane kurikije ibyo twakoze, ndetse n'aya masomo ajyanye n'uko baba bagomba kubara ibintu bijyanye n'igihe, ingendo, kinetics birabagora cyane. Hariya rero wenda abantu twaza kubaha ubushakashatsi bwose bakaza kubisoma neza. Aha ni ukuvuga ngo ntabwo twarebye gusa impuzandengo y'abana bakora neza, ahubwo twagiye tunajyamo tukareba ese ni ibiki abana benshi bakora neza, ni ibiki bibagora. Ibi birafasha cyane kuko dushobora kubiheraho nk'uko nyakubahwa minisitiri yabivuze, tureba ngo ese niba ari abarimu turashyira hehe imbaraga, nk'uko navuze mbere, niba abarimu bigisha abana gusoma ariko kumva ibyo basomye akaba ari ikibazo, ubwo imbaraga zashyirwa hehe dufasha abarimu mu myigishirize yabo. Dukomeze. Siyanse yo mu wa gatatu ni ryo somo mu by'ukuri abana bakozemo neza ugereranije n'andi masomo yose, aho abana 74 hafi 75% bagijije ku bipimo bisabwa. Ni ibibazo twari twabahaye barabikora, hanyuma murabona ko umubare mu by'ukuri unagereranije n'andi masomo twabonye mbere ariho abana bakoze neza. Next. Aha naho ni hamwe navuze yuko ntabwo tureba impuzandengo gusa, ahubwo tuninjiramo tukajya kureba uko abana bakoze mu bice bitandukanye biba bigize isomo, muri biology, chemistry ndetse no muri physics, tukerekana aho abana baba bakoze neza cyangwa se ibibazo byaboroheye n'igice cy'integanyanyigisho birimo, ndetse n'ibindi biba byabakomereye n'ikindi gice cy'integanyanyigisho biba birimo. Ibi birafasha cyane kugira ngo abantu barebe mu by'ukuri aho bashyira imbaraga. Aha ndagira ngo ngaruke ku kintu mu by'ukuri gikomeye ubushakashatsi bwagaragaje cyerekeranye n'imitsindire y'abana b'abakobwa n'abahungu. Iyo urebye nk'uko kiriya gishushanyo kibigaragaza, urabona ko abana b'abakobwa bakora neza kurusha abahungu mu wa gatatu, mwaka wa gatatu w'amashuri abanza. Ubwo ni ukuvuga icyo cyiciro, ariko guhera mu mwaka wa gatandatu ndetse no kugeza mu wa gatatu, abahungu bahita barusha abakobwa mu masomo hafi ya yose ndetse ni yose. Mu mwaka wa gatatu nk'uko mubibona mu Cyongereza, ufashe impuzandengo yose y'uko abana b'abakobwa bakoze, barushije mini score, icyo bita mini score, barushije ab'abahungu amanota 5 mu Cyongereza, ndetse wajya no mu Kinyarwanda naho ugasanga abana b'abakobwa 44.8% nibo bujuje ibipimo ugereranije na 42.4%. Ariko guhera mu wa gatatu gusubiza hejuru mu masomo yose, haba mu Cyongereza, haba mu mibare ndetse no muri science, abana b'abahungu bakarusha kure abana b'abakobwa. Aha ni ukubitekerezaho, abantu bakaba bakumva ikibitera, kuko urabona ko abakobwa batangira mu by'ukuri bakora neza, ariko uko bagenda bazamuka abahungu mu by'ukuri bahita babarusha. Ubu bushakashatsi rero bwanarebye ku bana bafite ubumuga bunyuranye, gusa ibi twabonye ntabwo wenda umuntu yabishingiraho cyane kuko twakoreye mu mashuri 3 gusa, ariko byaduhaye ishusho, kuko mu by'ukuri urebye nta kinyuranyo kirimo, urebye n'abana badafite ubumuga bandi, ku buryo ndetse urebye nko mu Cyongereza mu wa gatatu, imibare, ukareba n'Icyongereza mu wa gatatu ndetse no mu wa gatandatu, urabona ko ahubwo impuzandengo y'uko abana bakoze muri aya mashuri y'abana bafite ubumuga rimwe na rimwe bagiye banarusha n'abandi bari mu yandi mashuri, uretse wenda nko mu wa gatandatu mu cyongereza, ariko naho ikinyuranyo ntabwo ari kinini cyane, 23 mu mibare mu wa gatatu w'amashuri yisumbuye. Mu by'ukuri urabona ko nta kinyuranyo kirimo, ariko nkavuga ngo ibi twabonye mu by'ukuri byari byo ku mashuri 3 gusa, buri ubutaha twazashyiramo menshi, ariko nabyo byaduhaye ishusho. Ni n'ubwa mbere mu by'ukuri kuva ubushakashatsi bwatangira gukorwa twari tunabukoreye no ku bana bafite ubumuga butandukanye. Aha rero nuko bihagaze urebye hirya no hino mu gihugu, aho bigaragara ko mu by'ukuri muri rusange urebye muri province zitandukanye hafi ya hose uretse hariya hari umutuku, impuzandengo y'uko abana bakoze iri hejuru ya minisco yafatiwe kuri 500, uretse hamwe nko muri Eastern Province muri mwaka wa gatatu w'amashuri abanza mu mibare niho biri hasi, hama no mu majyepfo mu cyongereza, hanyuma hakaza no muri Western Province naho mwaka wa gatandatu, aho usanga mu by'ukuri impuzandengo yaho iri hasi y'impuzandengo rusange ku rwego rw'igihugu. Mu Kinyarwanda naho murabibona, mu mujyi wa Kigali murabona ko muri task ziriyo kare 3 navuze, mu mujyi wa Kigali task ya mbere ndetse n'iya kabiri, abana mu by'ukuri urabona ko impuzandengo yaho iri hasi y'impuzandengo rusange y'igihugu. Hanyuma no muri Northern Province nk'uko nari nabivuze, aho abana mu by'ukuri basoma neza amagambo kandi bihuta, ariko bajya gusobanukirwa ugasanga kibaye ikibazo, naho impuzandengo yaho urabona ko iri hasi y'impuzandengo rusange mu gihugu cyose. Ubushakashatsi rero bunareba ngo ese ko abana bakoze gutya byaba biva ku biterwa n'iki umuntu yahera havuga ko wenda umusaruro wasobanuka ute. Hari ibintu byinshi nk'uko mubireba hariya, twarebye kuri ikoranabuhanga mu ishuri, abana bafite televiziyo mu rugo, interinete, ibitabo, ababyeyi bose bakora cyangwa se umwe akora, biriya byose mureba hariya class size, ni ukuvuga umubare w'abana bari mu ishuri, aho byagaragaye mu by'ukuri ko umubare aho abana bari hagati bari umubare utarenze 40, hagati ya 40 na 60, abana rwose bagiye bakora neza, ariko byajya hejuru ya 60 ugasanga mu by'ukuri biranumvikana abana ntibakora neza muri ayo mashuri. Ibi rero ni ibigaragaza mu by'ukuri ubirebeyeho. Ibi ngibi twabibajije abarimu, tubibaza abanyeshuri, yewe ndetse n'ababyeyi nibo bagiye baduha ibisubizo, noneho tukabihuza n'uko abana bakoze. Hari cyadutangaje kirimo, aho abarimu batubwiye ko iyo bigisha cyane cyane ni mu mwaka wa gatatu P3 English, hari handitse Kinyarwanda code switching, ni ukuvuga aho mwarimu yigisha avanga Ikinyarwanda n'Icyongereza, twabonye ko byagize ingaruka ku mitsindire y'abana, ndetse ku buryo byava ku mpuzandengo yose bivanaho amanota 12 yose. Ubwo ni ukubireba neza, ariko wajya nko kuri ku babyeyi bose bakora, urabona ko byongeraho amanota ndetse ku masomo yose no ku myaka yose. Wajya ku bavuga abafite internet mu rugo, urabona ko bigenda byongera. Aha mu by'ukuri tujya kure y'amasomo y'ibyo abana bakoze, amanota babonye, ahubwo tukajya no kugerageza kubyiyumvisha ese biterwa n'iki, n'izihe mpamvu zaba zituma abana bakora gutya. twakomeza. Abarimu n'abantu batandukanye twabajije nabo batugaragarije ibyo batekereza. Twagabanije mu bice 4 umubare w'abana baba bari mu ishuri ndetse n'ibikoresho bindi bitandukanye. Aho mwarimu yatubwiye ati abana 60 biragoye kugira ngo ufashe buri wese. Undi ati babaye 45 byaba ari byiza. Ibitabo bibura ni ikibazo. Ibitabo 3 gusa ku bana bose biragoye. Ibi nibyo twagiye tubwirwa n'abarimu. Hanyuma ibyo bita double shift schooling, aha twabikoze mu by'ukuri hatari habaho ya mavugurura twakoze, naho babonye ko cyari ikibazo gikomeye cyane. Hanyuma abandi bavuze bati nta bikoresho byo gukoresha muri siyansi. Wagera ku cyongereza kandi aricyo gikoreshwa mu ishuri, abana ndetse n'abarimu bose baracyafite ikibazo mu cyongereza. Abana bavuga icyongereza gusa bari ku ishuri, ibyo byo turabizi, ahandi bakoresha ikinyarwanda. Hari n'abavuze ko icyongereza gikoreshwa mu gusuzuma abana kiba gikomeye cyane, ko abantu bajya bagerageza bakacyoroshya, abo n'abarimu. Hanyuma undi ati language policy, avuga ati politiki y'ururimi rwigishwamo muri lower primary, ni ukuvuga mu mashuri icyiciro cya mbere cy'amashuri abanza. Yaravuze ati dareba uko yasubirwaho. Hanyuma mu by'ukuri ururimi kiracyari ikibazo gikomeye cyane, haba ku barimu ndetse no ku banyeshuri. Ku nteganyanyigisho naho bagize ibyo batubwira, bavuga bati iteguye neza, imeze neza, ndetse usanga harimo ibyigishwa bigaragara, ariko baravuga bati ni ibintu byinshi cyane, too much content, niko bagiye bavuga. Ariko nanone nk'uko bivuga hano, ahangaha ubushakashatsi bwakozwe, integanyanyigisho yo mu cyiciro cya mbere cy'amashuri yisumbuye itari yasubirwamo, kuko bavuga ko mu by'ukuri bishyira umutwaro ukomeye cyane ku barimu kugira ngo barangize kwigisha. Hanyuma bakavuga ko bagarutse ku masuzuma abatandukanye, bavuga ko yajya agerageza agahuzwa n'integanyanyigisho, ariko kiriya cya nyuma bavuga ko integanyanyigisho yasubirwamo, ariko nyakubahwa minisitiri nk'uko nabivuze, ubushakashatsi bwabaye icyo gikorwa kitaraba, kandi ubwo nkeka hari byarakemutse. Hanyuma rero hari n'abavuze uko bahugurwa, uko babibona, kuko nabyo bigira ingenzi. Bavuga ko amahugurwa atanga ari meza. Hanyuma bakanavuga ko amashuri amwe atagerwaho n'ayo mahugurwa. Bagaruka ku kibazo cy'ibitabo n'ibindi. Hanyuma n'ibyo bagiye bavuga ko hari uburyo nka 30% nyuma ya covid, bavugaga ko ariko nacyo kiriya kibazo cyarakemutse nubwo babihuje na covid, aho bavugaga ko hari abarimu benshi batari qualified. Twari dufite 24, ariko ubu nabo barahuguwe ndetse bahawe n'impamyabumenyi z'uko bashoboye kwigisha. So muri rusange ni iki umuntu yavuga cy'ingenzi? Ni ubushakashatsi aba ari igitabo kinini, ariko se ni ibiki mu by'ukuri umuntu yavuga by'ingenzi kugeza ubu? Icya mbere nk'uko nakivuze, dufite ikibazo gikomeye cyane kuba abana basoma ariko ntibumve ibyo basoma. Ni ikibazo gikomeye cyane, ntabwo umuntu yavuga ko yumva ururimi atumva ibyo yasomye. So iki rero kikwiye kwihutirwa, kuko gusoma gusa ntibihagije, ahubwo kumva ibyo wasomye niyo nkingi yo kumenya ururimi. Icya kabiri, imibare umwaka wa gatandatu, aho bigaragara ko hafi umwana umwe muri bane, ntabwo umwana umwe muri bane ufasha abana bane b'abanyeshuri biga mu mwaka wa gatandatu ntabwo yabashije kugera ku bipimo byifuzwa. Ni ukuvuga ngo imbaraga zirakenewe kureba uko mu by'ukuri imibare mu mwaka wa gatandatu yashyirwamo ingufu, turebe se ni integanyanyigisho n'abarimu. No mu cyongereza ni uko, nk'uko nabivuze, abana ntabwo bumva ibyo basoma. Fluency without understanding, barasoma ariko ntibumva. Ururimi rero rusaba kumva, icyo ni icya gatatu cy'ingenzi, bireba icyongereza n'ikinyarwanda. Hanyuma Western Province, imibare mu mwaka wa gatanu usanga bikabije cyane, abana baratsinzwe no ku mwaka wa gatandatu ugereranije n'izindi ntara. Abana bo mu wa gatandatu batsinzwe imibare cyane muri Western Province. Ni ikintu gikomeye cyane kugira ngo abantu babirebereho, barebe ikibazo gihari. Ikindi mu by'ukuri cyavuye muri ubu bushakashatsi ni uko mu cyongereza mu mwaka wa gatatu naho nari nabivuze, nubwo atari ukumva ibyo basoma, ariko ubwabyo kimwe cya kabiri cy'abana bose niba mwibuka imibare ntabwo buzuza ibipimo, ndetse hose haba muri gusoma amagambo ari mu nteruro, ariko byagera mu kumva ibyo basomyeho ugasanga byabaye bibi cyane. Ikindi ubushakashatsi bugaragaje nanakigarutseho ni ririya tandukaniro rikomeye riba hagati y'imitsindire y'abana b'abakobwa n'abana b'abahungu, cyane cyane uko abana bagenda bazamuka. Abakobwa batangira bakora neza, ariko wahera mu wa gatatu gusubiza hejuru ugasanga barasubira inyuma cyane. Ikindi ubushakashatsi bwagaragaje muri science, nk'uko n'ahandi tujya tubibona no mu bizamini bya leta, nubwo muri science ubona ko abana bagerageje, ariko baracyafite ibibazo muri physics no muri statistics. Ibibazo bijyanye na physics na statistics ubona ko mu by'ukuri abana babashije kubikora ari bake cyane, ariko wajya mu chemistry na biology ukabona ko bagerageje. Hanyuma ikindi navuga ni uko nubwo abana bafite ubumuga nabo twabashyize mu bushakashatsi, ariko haracyari byinshi byo gukora. Ibi by'ukuri ni nka by'umuntu yavuga byigaragaje, hanyuma tugatanga n'ibyo tubona mu by'ukuri byakorwa. 8 by'ingenzi binashingiye mu by'ukuri kuri biriya nari maze kuvuga. Kugabanya umubare w'abanyeshuri baba bari mu ishuri, aha imbaraga zishyirwamo, ariko byagaragaye ko rwose umubare w'abana bari mu ishuri ugira ingaruka ku myigire yabo no ku mitsindire yabo. Hanyuma tukareba uburyo abana b'abakobwa bafashwa, cyane cyane uko bazamuka bajya mu myaka yindi, mu wa gatatu, mu wa gatandatu. Hanyuma tugakora uko dushoboye, abarimu bacu bakigisha abana kutasoma gusa, ahubwo bakamenya gusoma, ariko bakanumva ibyo basomye. Ubwo yaba amahugurwa yaba n'ibindi bikorwa, ni ugushishikariza abarimu mu by'ukuri gukora kuri iyo ngingo, kuko ni umutima wo kumenya ururimi. Utumvisha ibyo wasomye ntabwo wabuze ururimi. Hanyuma ahaho ni muri rusange twagaragaje ikibazo cy'ururimi rw'icyongereza, atari abanyeshuri gusa ndetse n'abarimu. Ni ugukomeza imbaraga mu bikorwa biriho byo kugira ngo abarimu bamenye ururimi rw'icyongereza ndetse babashe no kurwigishamo. School feeding ni ikintu mu by'ukuri bagaragaje ko gifite akamaro, ni ukukomeza gushyiramo imbaraga. Hanyuma tukareba ikibazo kiri muri Western Province mu mwaka wa gatandatu mu mibare rwose nimuza gusoma report mu buryo burambuye murabona ko ashobora kuba ari ikibazo hanyuma CPD amahugurwa y'abarimu ahoraho areba mu by'ukuri bya byiciro bitandukanye navuze mu masomo atandukanye bishobora kuba biri inyuma cyane akaba ari imbaraga zishyirwa hanyuma tukareba n'uburyo biriya bikoresho bikibura cyangwa se ubundi bufasha bukibura mu mashuri yigamo abana bafite ubumuga butandukanye ko byaboneka. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Uburezi, ibyo ni byo mu ncamake twabonye mu bushakashatsi bwa LARS 2025. Murakoze cyane.
Murakoze cyane Deje Nessa. Uko niko ubushakashatsi buhagaze, ibyavuyemo twabibonye twese. Tugiye gufata umwanya w'ibibazo n'ibitekerezo. Turafata bibiri hano ku bantu bari hano muri iki cyumba, ariko dufite n'abandi ku mbuga nkoranyambaga naho turaza kubireba. So ufite ikibazo, ufite igitekerezo yamanika akaboko akivuga akabaza ikibazo afite cyangwa se igitekerezo. Abantu baradufasha bafite mikro hano imbere, ndabona hari ikibazo. Uratwibwira mutubwire naho muturuka.
Murakoze nyakubahwa Minisita, nitwa Silas Bayigasenga, nkaba nkora muri projet twa Lift, ubwo ni mu gisata cy'abafatanyabikorwa. Mfite reflection nshaka gusharinga kuri iki kibazo cyo gusoma, reading comprehension, ariko ndaza kubaza ni ikibazo kimwe cyangwa bibiri kandi ndihutisha. Natwe twakoze ubushakashatsi mu minsi ishize turi gukora baseline y'uwo mushinga navugaga, kandi uri mu iki gice cyo kugisha gusoma, ariko mu by'ukuri ikibazo cyo gusoma abana bumva kirakomeye cyane, kiranasaba ingamba ziremereye, kubera ko ntikigarukira gusa ku gusoma text no kuyumva. Niba mwakurikiye neza mwagiye mubona ko no mu mibare n'ahandi kigenda cyafectinga abana. Ntabwo ngiye gutanga umwanzuro wacyo, ariko icyo nashatse kuvuga ni uko gusa ubu bushakashatsi buhuye neza n'ubwo natwe twakoze, kandi twe twabaye nk'abinjiramo cyane, kuko ubu ngubu mwavuze ko ari ku national level, ariko twagiye mu turere turi ko dukoreramo dushobora kubyinjiramo. Ariko wenda nyuma yo tugeze mu myanzuro tutaza kugenda tuganira kuri strategies zimwe na zimwe abantu bagenda bashyira mu bikorwa. Ariko utuntu tubiri navuga vuba nuko hari ikibazo cy'ibisomwa na karite y'ibisomwa. Nkuko mwabibonye ni uko usibye ko tuvuga ngo reading comprehension, ariko no gusoma ubwabyo biracyari kuri 44%, nabyo ubwabyo bidahagije. Ikibazo nari mfite kuri DG Nessa, nkunze cyane page ya nyuma yavugaga ku bigomba kuba bikorwa, ariko nashaka kumva neza niba mu by'ukuri dufite gahunda yo kwinjira mu bushakashatsi ku bice bimwe na bimwe twagiye tubona ko bigifite icyuho. Urugero ntanga ni cya kibazo mwavuze cyo mu majyaruguru, ndetse n'iki kibazo cy'abana b'abakobwa bagera mu mwaka wa 6 n'uwa 3 wayisumbuye, ukabona ko ikibazo cyahindutse. Nashaka kumva neza mu by'ukuri niba ari ubushakashatsi dushaka kwiyongera kwinjiramo neza, kugira ngo dushobore kumva impamvu mbere y'uko tujya no gushaka igisubizo, tubanze twumve neza impamvu y'ikibazo gihari nyirizina. Icyanyuma ndangirizaho ni ikintu kigendanye na umuturage uri kudukurikira uyu munsi. Turi kuvuga kuri LARS, ariko hari n'ibizamini bya leta n'ubushakashatsi n'amassessment biratandukanye. Ariko DG mutwemere mukaza kugira commentaire mu bikoraho, cyane cyane kuri performance y'abahungu n'abakobwa. Hari ibyo tubona mu bizamini bya leta bitandukanyeho gatoya n'ibyo LARS yagaragaje, mukaba mwashobora kudusobanurira neza. Donc biratandukanye na assessment zitandukanye, ariko nk'umuntu utari mu iki cyumba utabyumva cyane mugashobora kumusobanurira kugira ngo aze kumva aho ibizamini bya leta bitandukaniye n'ubu bushakashatsi.
Murakoze. Silas. Turafata ikindi kibazo hano. Abadufasha ku buhanga bw'ibyuma mube muturebera ibibazo biri kuri mbuga nkoranyambaga mu kanya turajyayo.
Murakoze nyakubahwa Minisita, amazina nitwa Kabamba, nkora muri Right to Play. Ndabashimira by'umwihariko ubushakashatsi cyane ko bwagutse bugana noneho no kurenga mu ishuri ahubwo bakamenya n'impamvu. Ikibazo mfite ni kimwe, yanga ibitekerezo ni byinshi nk'uko DG yabivuze n'ingamba zafashwe. Ikibazo mfite ni kimwe, ni ikibazo kibaza ngo ese ko bakomeje kuvuga ko mu mbogamizi harimo impamvu y'uko curriculum cyangwa se ibyigishwa ari byinshi, too much content, ariko bakaba batubwiye ko yasubiwemo. Ngira ngo ni ikintu natwe mu mishinga dukora buri gihe dukora baseline cyangwa se dukora assessment, nuko hagenda agaragara ko impamvu nyamukuru content ni ngari. Ese iyo content yaba curriculum yaba yarasubiwemo hashingiwe kuri ibi byagaragaye uko bigenda bigaragara buri munsi. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane Kabamba. Reka turebe niba hari abandi bafite ibitekerezo hano tutarajya ku mbuga nkoranyambaga. Hano imbere.
Good morning. I am Sophia from the LIFT project. I'm sorry I can't speak Kinyarwanda to ask my question. First, I want to commend Nessa. That was a really, really rich presentation. In all my years in Rwanda, I've never seen that level of detail. It was really, really fantastic. I had a question around the slide that showed the regression coefficients for different data points, specifically the one that spoke about negative associations with code switching. And I wanted to understand a little bit more if we understood if this was referring to code switching, as in mixing languages, or if this was reflecting inability to speak English. Working on a project with a lot of P3 teachers, we can see that's where the lowest proficiency levels are. So do we have an understanding of if this is indicative of low proficiency teaching levels in English in P3, or if this is more about the nature of mixing languages? Thank you.
Muri make arashaka kumenya aho twagaragaje ikibazo cy'ururimi, ashaka kumenya ese nuko ururimi rw'icyongereza rutazwi cyangwa se nuko abarimu bagenda bahindura indimi mu gihe bigisha nkuko byagaragajwe, bagenda bavuga ikinyarwanda bakavanga n'icyongereza se, cyangwa se ikibazo ni iki? Ubwo deja araza kudufasha. Mu gihe abandi bagitekereza twareba social media, turaza kugaruka hano turebe imbuga nkoranyambaga niba hari ibibazo. Ikibazo cya mbere kiravuga kiti LARS izafasha iki umwarimu mu myigishirize ye ya buri munsi? LARS izafasha iki mwarimu? Icya kabiri kivuye kwa Karine, icyo cya mbere. Javan nawe arabaza ati ubu bushakashatsi buzatanga uwuhe musanzu mu mitsindire y'abana bacu cyane cyane mu mashuri abanza? Ubu ni Javan. Ubu bushakashatsi buzatanga uwuhe musanzu mu mitsindire y'abana bacu cyane cyane mu mashuri abanza? Ndabisubiramo kugira ngo basubiza babifate neza. Fafa nawe yabajije ati mutekereza ko biterwa n'iki kuba umubare mwinshi w'abana basoma ariko ntibumve neza ibyo basoma? Biterwa n'iki kuba umwana ashobora gusoma? Twababonye abandi basoma biruka ariko ntibashobore gusobanura ibyo basomye. Uwo ni Fafa. Listen arabaza ati Minisitiri w'Uburezi arakora cyane. Ntabwo abaza Minisitiri w'Uburezi arakoze cyane. Namuvuga ibyo atavuze. Minisitiri w'Uburezi arakoze cyane. Ubushakashatsi bwarakoze cyane, ariko ndashaka kubaza ikijyanye na mathematics and sciences, ubwo ni imibare na siyansi. Kuki abanyeshuri ba P3 umwaka wa gatatu w'amashuri abanza na P6 umwaka wa gatandatu w'amashuri abanza ubona bakomeza kugerageza muri aya masomo, bagera hejuru ugasanga basubira inyuma? Ubwo barabaza impamvu batangira bagerageza ariko bagera hejuru bagasa n'abasubira inyuma. Ubwo twaba dufashe ibyo, shaka kureba niba hari ikindi kibazo kiri hano, ubundi nkatanga umwanya. Ndabona abantu babiri ku meza abiri inyuma, dufate ibyo ubundi dutanga umwanya w'ibisubizo.
Murakoze. Nashakaga kumenya selection criteria, kuko bavuze ko bakoresheje sample, amashuri yatoranyijwe cyangwa abanyeshuri batoranyijwe hagendewe kuki. Ikindi, muri bimwe mu bibazo byavuzweho hari aho bavuze ko ababajijwe basubije ko amasuzumwa yahuzwa n'integanyanyigisho. Aha nifuzaga kumenya interpretation cyangwa se analysis nesa yaba yarakoze kuri iki, niba koko ari byo ko isuzumwa ryatanzwe ryaba ridahuye n'integanyanyigisho, yaba ari imwe mu mpamvu zatuma bamwe mu banyeshuri batsindwa, cyangwa se niba ari bamwe mu barimu baba bigisha badakurikije integanyanyigisho, icyo gihe ikibazo cyaba kiri ku barimu bagahabwa amahugurwa yo kubazamurira ubushobozi bwo kwigisha hagendewe ku nteganyanyigisho. Murakoze.
Yego, ikibazo cya nyuma.
Yego, murakoze Minisita ndetse na DG wa NESA. Banyita Habiyaremye Hashituki, nkorera umushinga wa Prisme ni JICA. Umushinga wa Prisme dufatanyijemo na REB, twe dukorera specifically muri TTC gusa. Nihuse, ikibazo mfite ni, cyangwa se ntabwo ari ikibazo, ni konsani ku byabajijwe abarimu bavuze yuko hari lack of textbooks, ndetse banavuga yuko banakeneye speed. Twe ku byo dukora cyane ni ku mibare na science, ndetse no gufasha muri teaching methods and practice. Of course hakoreshwa ikoranabuhanga. Twabonye yuko kuba hari ikibazo cy'ibitabo, ariko kuri learning byariho cyane. Tufata content ko yari meze, dukora structure, abarimu barabikoresha cyane. Noneho ngeze rero ku cya CPD, ubu twari turi kubafasha cyane kandi twabonye yuko bitanga ubusaruro dukoresheje ikoranabuhanga, ariko konsani yari kumenya minisiteri cyangwa se NESA baze kutubwiraho ku murongo bafite wo gufasha abarimu gufata CPD bakayigira culture, kuko twabonye yuko abarimu CPD bayikora mu buryo butandukanye, ariko twabonye yuko bayigize culture byagenda neza. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane Hashituki. Reka dufate ibyo bibanze bisubizwe, umwanya n'utwemerera turongera dufate ibindi bibazo. Nyakubahwa Minisita.
Murakoze. Ngira ngo ibibazo byinshi byabajijwe DG NESA, ubwo ndaza kumuha umwanya bisubize, ariko ngira ngo hari ibyo nagira icyo mvugaho kuri bimwe byabajijwe. Uhereye kuri iki ngiki, iki kibazo cya nyuma Habiyaremye yarabajije kijyanye na CPD kuyigira culture. Nibyo koko CPD cyangwa continuous professional development, kwihugura ni ibintu bigomba kuba culture twese tugomba gukora, kuko ibintu bigenda bihinduka. Ntabwo rero wavuga ngo narize hashize imyaka 10 ngo nararangije nta kindi nzongera kwiga, ahubwo ni uguhozaho. Rero mu gufasha abarimu kugira ngo bihugure, CPD hari no ku every Wednesday ngira ngo hari n'umwanya uteganijwe kugira ngo CPD ishobore gukoreshwa, ndetse turashaka kureba n'uburyo twashyiramo imbaraga kugira ngo uwo mwanya koko abarimu bashobore kuwugira batiruka inyuma y'abanyeshuri, kugira ngo kuko bashobore gukoresha uwo mwanya kugira ngo bige. Ubwo ngira ngo ni muri izo ngamba niyo CPD ba culture nk'uko yabivugaga, noneho abarimu bayikoreshe mu kwiteza imbere no gufasha abanyeshuri. Ibyo ni ngombwa kandi biriho birakorwa. Ikindi nari kuvugaho cyerekeranye na changes, hari byahindutse umwaka ushize ngira ngo DG Nessa yabikomojeho, bijyanye no guhuza integanyanyigisho n'umwanya uhari wo kwigisha. Ibi twabiganiriyeho ubushize tuvuga cyane cyane nko mu myaka 3 ya mbere ya primaire, aho abana bigaga amasomo menshi arenze igihe bafite cyo kwiga. Ibyo byarahindutse, ariko nk'uko yabivuze, ubu bushakashatsi bwakozwe mbere y'izo mpinduka. Ubwo rero duteganyije kongera gukora ubundi bushakashatsi kugira ngo turebe impinduka zakozwe niba koko zarakemuye iki kibazo. Ngira ngo ibi ngibi hari babiri babikomojeho babaza ibijyanye n'icyakozwe kirebana n'inyigisho ndetse n'umwanya utwarwa kugira ngo ibyo bikorwe. Ngira ngo ibyo ni ibintu bibiri bari babajijeho cyane cyane. Ikindi nakongeraho ngira ngo yera nakomozaho, ngira ngo DJ araza kukivugaho kijyanye n'ikibazo mugenzi wacu yarabajije hano, uri muri lift, kibajije mu Cyongereza. Ubwo ngubwo yenda nagerageza kugisubiza mu Cyongereza kuri icyo nkivugaho mu Cyongereza, ariko mbere nanabivuga no mu Kinyarwanda. Yabajije ku kijyanye n'indimi, cyane cyane biriya byo bise code switching. Ubundi kwiga ururimi urugereka ku rundi rurimi wari usanzwe uzi ntabwo bituma utarwiga, ndetse unarwiga neza iyo wubakira ku rwo wari usanzwe uruzi neza, ariko biterwa n'uburyo ubikoresha. Rero ntabwo navuga ko ikibazo nyamukuru ariyo code switching, ariko ni uburyo wabikoreshamo. So I was commenting on a question that was asked around the English competency, or the issue that was talked about, the code switching in English. The fact that we saw some negative impact was not necessarily that the code switching itself takes place, or that the learning of English is being built on a knowledge of Kinyarwanda, but rather it is in the way in which it's done. So it's in the delivery. But we do know that actually understanding a language, that your primary language, helps you learn a second language by scaffolding on the one you already knew. So I think this is where we need a bit more research on, and specifically to understand where the challenge is, because it's not in the knowledge of Kinyarwanda that is the problem, but rather in a way in which we fold or built on top of Kinyarwanda to learn English. So thank you very much. For the rest, I think I will hand it over to DG Nessa to answer the remaining question. Thank you.
Minister, Sirasi yatanze igitekerezo cyiza asa n'ushimangira ibyo twagaragaje hano, ariko reka ngaruke ku bibazo yabajije. Abaza ati se hari gahunda yo kwinjira cyangwa se gukora ubundi bushakashatsi bukurikira ubu kugira ngo turebe icyaba gitera, nk'urugero yatanze impamvu usanga abana b'abakobwa iyo bagenda bazamuka bagenda badakora neza nk'abana b'abahungu kandi mu myaka ya mbere barakoraga neza. Ubu rero iyo dukoze ubushakashatsi nk'ubu ahubwo tuba dutanze nka basis yo kugira ngo n'abandi bashakashatsi yaba nesa n'abandi muri za kaminuza ahubwo babuhereho bajya gukora ubundi bushakashatsi busobanura mu byo tuba twagaragaje hano, ariko natwe tuzagerageza turebe ariko n'abandi mu by'ukuri iyi ripoti irajya hanze, abandi bashakashatsi nabo babihereyeho bakagerageza gusobanura bimwe twagaragaje hano, byarushaho kuba byiza. Yanagarutse ku byo twagaragaje hano cyane cyane bijyanye n'uko abana b'abahungu n'abakobwa bakoze bishobora kuba bihabanye n'ibyo mu bizamini bya leta. Ntabwo bihabanye rwose, niko bimeze. Usanga ko mu bizamini bya leta byaba ibisoza amashuri abanza, icyiciro cya mbere cy'amashuri yisumbuye ndetse n'icyiciro cya kabiri cy'amashuri yisumbuye, usanga hari ikinyuranyo hagati y'uko abanyeshuri b'abakobwa n'abahungu bakoze. Gusa mu bizamini bya leta ntabwo ikinyuranyo mu by'ukuri usanga aba ari kinini cyane, aba ari gitoya, ariko trend ni imwe, usanga abanyeshuri b'abahungu bagerageza gukora neza kurusha abakobwa. Kabamba ati imbogamizi, hano nyakubahwa minisita yabishubije ku byerekeye amavugurura yakozwe mu nteganyanyigisho. Sophia nawe ikibazo yari yabajije nyakubahwa minisita yagisubije ko ikibazo kidaterwa nuko haba hakoreshwa ikinyarwanda igihe bari kwigisha icyongereza, ahubwo birafasha cyane, ahubwo uko bikorwa wabona ari byo bitera ikibazo, naho ubwabyo ntabwo ari ikibazo. Kubabajije ku mbuga nkoranyambaga, hari uwavuze ati LARS izafasha iki umwarimu. Hano nk'uko mwabibonye twagiye tugaragaza uko abanyeshuri bakoze mu byiciro bitandukanye, nk'aho twagaragaje ko abana b'abanyarwanda cyane cyane mu mwaka wa gatatu mu ndimi yaba ikinyarwanda n'icyongereza basoma, bagerageza, nubwo naho atari byiza cyane, bagerageza gusoma, ariko kumva ibyo basomye wasanga bibaye ikibazo. Aha rero twese abashinzwe uburezi n'abandi, ubwo hahita hafatwa ingamba zo kureba ngo ni gute abarimu bafashwa kugira ngo babashe kwigisha abanyeshuri yego gusoma, ariko banabigishe, babafashe kubahugura uko bazajya bigisha abana ngo bajye bumva n'ibyo basomye. Urwo ni urugero rumwe ntanze, ariko mwanabonye ko muri buri somo twagiye tugaragaza aho iby'abana bashobora gukora abenshi, ariko n'ibyo badashoboye gukora, haba mu cyongereza, haba mu mibare, haba muri physics no muri science. Nako hari ibyiciro by'integanyanyigisho usanga abana bakora neza, ariko ugasanga n'ahandi mu by'ukuri birabagora. Aho rero bifasha mwarimu, natwe twese turi mu burezi, kugira ngo hafatwe ingamba z'uko ibyo byiciro by'integanyanyigisho bigora abana, twareba uburyo byakwigishwa neza kandi abana bakajya babitsinda. Hanyuma iki kirajyana nanone n'ikindi yabajije, ati se bizatanga uwuhe umusanzu mu mitsindire y'abana. Ubwo nyine bimwe twavuze n'ibikunda, abarimu nibahugurwa, nitureba uburyo biriya byiciro by'integanyanyigisho bigora abana byakwigishwa neza n'icyo bisaba, turizera ko abana nyine imitsindire yabo nayo iziyongera. Hanyuma ni Fanfa, niba izina naryanditse neza, yabaje ati biterwa n'iki kugira ngo abana basome ariko ntibumve ibyo basomye. Aho ubushakashatsi ntabwo bwagiye kubigaragaza, n'ibyo umuntu yavuga wenda byaba ari nk'ibitekerezo, bishobora guterwa n'ibintu byinshi ndetse Silas yabigarutseho mbere yavuze ati ikibazo n'ibyo basoma ndetse n'ireme ryabyo ariko hashobora no kuba wenda ari uko byigishwa ahangaha ni nabyo yavuze iyo ubushakashatsi nk'ubu busohotse ubwo abantu bagerageza gukora n'ubundi kugira ngo turebe mu by'ukuri icyaba kibitera tumenye impamvu abana bashobora kuba basoma bagerageza gusoma ariko kumva ibyo basomye kikaba ikibazo. Hanyuma undi nawe hari hano ku mbuga nkoranyambaga avuga ati mu mibare mu mwaka wa 3 n'uwa 6 abana bakora neza ariko byagera mu wa 3 w'amashuri yisumbuye ugasanga ntago bakora neza gusa. Hano ikibazo yavuze imibare na siyanse ni mu mwaka wa 3 ariko koko urebye imibare mu mwaka wa 3 n'uwa 6 ubushakashatsi bwagaragaza ko abana bakoze neza ariko wagera mu mwaka wa 3 ukabona byaragabanutse. Nk'uko nabivuze hano birasaba ko turenga ubu bushakashatsi ahubwo tukajya kureba ngo ni impamvu ki. Bishobora guterwa n'ibintu byinshi yaba integanyanyigisho byaba uko babyigisha birasaba nyine ko abantu binjiramo neza kandi ubushakashatsi bwa LARS n'ubundi bukorwa mu byerekeye imyigire y'abana kenshi usanga ibyo yavuze buhuza ibishobora kuba byatera umusaruro wabonetse ariko mu by'ukuri ntago biba bibisobanura. Mu Cyongereza nibwo byumvikana neza, correlation is not causality. Ni ukuvuga ibintu bishobora kuba bifitanye isano wabirebye ariko atari ngombwa ko kimwe gitera ikindi. Aha rero impamvu zishobora kuba zitera abana biga mu wa 3 no mu wa 6 w'amashuri abanza batsinda neza imibare ariko byagera mu wa 3 w'amashuri yisumbuye ntibatsinde neza. Bishobora kuva ku mpamvu nyinshi ariko abantu babireba bagasubiza icyo kibazo. Hanyuma undi aravuga ati se mwakurikije iki mutoranya amashuri? Hakurikijwe n'amashuri yose yo mu gihugu yari candidate bashobora kujya mu ishuri iryo ari ryo ryose ariko hari uburyo bukoreshwa mu guhitamo ayo mashuri butandukanye ku buryo twahereye ku bintu bitandukanye. Niba ari amashuri harimo abana mu mwaka wa 3 ese ko ari mu gihugu hose, niba tuvuye mu karere runaka amashuri ari menshi ugereranije n'akandi karere ubwo muri ako karere havayo amashuri menshi. Ni method ihari nyine ya sampling yakoreshejwe isanzwe mu bushakashatsi bundi ariko buri shuri ryose ryo mu Rwanda ryari rifite amahirwe yo kuba ryakwibona muri bari abanyeshuri twasuzumye ariko nyine kubera ko twakoresheje sample bake muri bo mwabonye ko ari amashuri 500 arenga yitabiriye ubushakashatsi. Hanyuma ikibazo cyo kwihugura speed nyakubahwa minisita yakigarutseho kandi numva yagisubije neza. Ahari ndumva nta kibazo nasubije mu byari byabajijwe. Koze MC.
DJ urakoze cyane kubera umwanya wenda turi bukomeze nyuma bo turi bukomezanye bari busigare hano. Ndabashimiye cyane. Uyu mwanya tugiye gufata ifoto y'urwibutso. Ndabasaba mwese muze hano imbere twahaguruka ubu tugafata ifoto y'urwibutso. Izindi gahunda ndazibabwira nyuma y'ifoto.
nk'uko rero mumaze kubikurikira hamaze kumurikwa ubushakashatsi bwakozwe muri 2025 hagamije gupima urwego rw'imyigire n'imyigishirize mu mashuri yo mu Rwanda. N'ubushakashatsi bwakorewe mu turere 30 tw'igihugu, bukorerwa ku banyeshuri biga mu mashuri mu mwaka wa gatatu w'amashuri abanza, mwaka wa gatandatu w'amashuri abanza ndetse n'umwaka wa gatatu w'amashuri yisumbuye, cyane cyane ku masomo y'Ikinyarwanda, Icyongereza ndetse n'imibare na siyanse. Ubushakashatsi bwagaragaje byinshi bitandukanye, ariko by'umwihariko hagarutswe ku hantu hakigaragara ibibazo bitandukanye bikibangamiye imyigire yo mu Rwanda, harimo ko abanyeshuri basoma ariko ntibumve ibyo basoma, haba kuri rurimi rw'Ikinyarwanda cyangwa se mu Cyongereza. Hakaba kudatsinda neza isomo ry'imibare, ndetse hakaba itandukaniro mu mitsindire hagati y'abakobwa n'abahungu. Hakaba no kuba abarimu n'abanyeshuri batumva neza ururimi rw'Icyongereza. Minisitiri rero w'uburezi Joseph Nsengimana yavuze ko ubushakashatsi atari imibare gusa, ahubwo ari indorerwamo yerekana aho uburezi bw'u Rwanda uko buhagaze. Anasaba abantu bose bari mahanga bafite aho bahuriye n'uburezi kwifashisha ibyagaragajwe muri ubushakashatsi, bafata ibyemezo bitandukanye mu guteza imbere ireme ry'uburezi. Rero iki ni igice cya mbere, reka tubararikire gukurikira igice cya kabiri mu kanya. Bagiye gufata akaruhuko gato, murabikurikira ku mbuga zitandukanye za RBA.
and learning reforms, implication for LARS 2025 findings. We have after that a session on questions and answers, and then we have a panel discussion on LARS 2025 findings that DJ just presented, and then a few one question and answer session before we go for lunch. After that, I'll announce what will come after lunch. So for now, we are going to have Mr. Benjamin Piper, who is online right now. Benjamin Piper is a Global Director of Education Programs for Gates Foundation. He's a member of Global Education Evidence Advisory Panel. He's based in Kenya right now. He leads low and middle income countries on this, and he has also been working at the Africa Education for RTI International and has been supporting education initiatives in different ways. So he's going to present to us. He's online. Let me check if he's there, and then we start.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go on.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you very well.
Great. Shall I get started? Yes. Greetings, colleagues. Wish I was there with you in Kigali, but I'm in your neighbor over here in Nairobi, and excited to be part of this paper discussion on LARS. And congratulations to Nessa and the ministry on the release of the results. From where I sit at the Gates Foundation, we're always impressed with countries like Rwanda that do national assessments of this type and then share the results broadly. So congratulations on that. So my task is to fit the results that you discussed into the global context. In particular, on this, if you look at the title of my talk, it's the regional and global perspectives. And we're looking specifically on literacy and thinking about what the implications of the LARS results are from the global point of view. So my name is Benjamin Piper. You can call me Ben. I work for the Gates Foundation as the Global Director for Education. But in today's session, I am representing something called GEEP. It's a very long acronym. It stands for the Global Education Evidence Advisory Panel. And it's a group of researchers. I can show you the panelists here, who are very talented researchers from across the world. And we look at the evidence and look at what the evidence means for policymakers and for implementers. And so this panel has been working on a few different papers over the last couple of years. I'm going to talk to you about the one on the left, but the ones you might have seen in the past are the ones on the right, which are largely about what are the cost-effective approaches to improve learning. And we have so much more evidence now about how to improve learning and how to do that cost-effectively. And our paper in 2023 looked at something called the best buys. These are the buys, the buys that a policymaker and Rwanda can consider investing in that have both strong evidence, rigorous evidence, and evidence from countries like Rwanda that show that this sort of approach would improve learning. But not only that, that they show that they would do that cost effectively. So that's the publications on the right, the three on the right. But today I'm going to talk about the one on the left, which is a new paper, a GEEP endorsed paper called Effective Reading Instruction in Low and Middle Income Countries. And it's all about what the evidence shows. So I'm wondering, as you're thinking about the results you heard today, how those results link to this global evidence, which I'll talk about just now. So here's the paper. The authors at the bottom left, these are a superstar group of authors, including some from Sub-Saharan Africa, some from the Middle East, some from South Asia, and some researchers from the US and UK. And the idea and the reason for this paper was to think about people like Minister Joseph and Minister Pauline, who've been thinking about how do I improve learning in Rwanda, and do that in a way that can really have the biggest impact given the investment, the huge investment that the Rwandan government has made on ensuring quality of education. So what is the evidence from across the world that could help as you think about that? So in summary, the two questions we want to answer today is what is the science of reading, particularly now when we are no longer basing the science of reading, that term, on what we've learned from the rich world, from the US and the UK, and now we know so much more about what the science of reading is from countries like Rwanda, in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, countries that are similar to not only the economic status of Rwanda, but also the idea of becoming a country that is taking its own human capital as a priority and wanting to improve it. And so how does the science of reading apply for Rwanda in the context of this LARS report? So I am supposed to summarize a paper which has been very recently launched just this year, and is drawing on studies from over 151 studies in low and middle income countries that are drawing from over 160 languages globally. And so the types of, if you look at the left, the evidence base draws from both large-scale program evaluations as well as meta-analyses that look at research from across several contexts. And fundamentally, one of the main things you should hear from me, if you remember anything, is that when we're thinking about the science of reading, we used to only talk about that from the US, the UK, other countries like that. But now when we pull this 151 studies together, we can really show that there's a lot of consistency about what the high-income country evidence says and what we now know is the science of reading. So what are the reasons you might care about this study, the scope and use on the right? So if you're in a country like Rwanda is, that has interventions that are looking at learning outcomes across a variety of sub-areas, this paper can help you think about how to improve your intervention and how to get better outcomes. And so we also are able to look across the world, and across sub-Saharan Africa in particular, and across agglutinating languages like Kinyarwanda, what are the patterns that are there across languages and implementers? So second thing to remember from this talk is that if you want to improve outcomes that you find in Rwanda, you've already made some improvements, but if you want to go to the next step, you need to make sure that every child every day has opportunities to practice two skills: decoding, which we'll talk about what that means, and language comprehension. So the best evidence for the science of reading shows that every day in a whole package, in a whole program, kids should have interventions that teach decoding, figuring out what these symbols mean in both Kinyarwanda for lower primary, as well as English moving forward. And then language comprehension for kids who are learning both of those languages. Do they understand what those oral language, what the words mean? Do they understand how to comprehend what they read? Those two skills, which are big skills and encompass several sub-skills I'll show you in a second, they have to add up, they have to connect, they have to go together. So here are the 6 skills. Let me pause. This is the third thing I want you to remember. These are the 6 skills that children need instruction in. And if you look at the title of the slide, it says not just any instruction, but explicit and systematic instruction. So every day, kids need help on learning these 6 skills. So we'll talk about several of these that fit in the decoding bucket and several of these that fit in the language comprehension bucket. So one of the first language comprehension buckets is this one, oral language. Does the program in Rwanda have enough time for children to practice the oral language skills? In Kinyarwanda, which many of them learn at home, and then in English, which many of them are learning at school, do they have opportunities to play with the language orally? Second one, phonological awareness. Do they have an opportunity to learn how these sounds work together and play with those sounds? That's what phonological awareness is, and it's often forgotten. Third, and this is a key point for the paper, the new evidence on effective literacy programs says that phonics instruction is critical. It is not the only thing. As you see, it's one of 6 things. But one of the things that Rwanda can look at is, do you have enough phonics instruction? At least there was some moment in a program that previously existed in Rwanda. When I was looking at it, it showed that yes, there was phonics instruction, but the amount of time that there was every day wasn't enough to both learn Kinyarwanda decoding as well as learn English decoding, which if you look at all the European languages, apologies as an American, if you look at all the European languages, English is the most difficult to read and to decode. So kids need lots of practice on phonics, particularly as the letter sounds in English are different than the letter sounds in Kinyarwanda, particularly for the vowels. So in the program I used to lead here in Kenya, there wasn't much time teaching the differences in the letters when it comes to the consonants, but the sounds are different. And I know Kiswahili, and I know the letter sounds for Kiswahili, and when you see the letter, this letter U in Kiswahili, it always says U. But if you think about English, those of you in the room, the letter sound U, sorry, the letter sound for the letter U is not U in English. It's ah, except sometimes it's U if it's a long vowel in English. So kids need practice on those phonics. They need practice on putting those things together. And it gives us to the fourth one, that children need experience and practice every day on fluency. What is fluency? It is the child's ability to read accurately, to read with speed. People often think fluency only means speed, but it doesn't. It means one of three things: speed, but also prosody, whether or not the child has the ability to read with expression. And then fifth, and maybe from what I've seen in the results, this is one of the areas we really need to focus on, is reading comprehension. Children need skills to know how these words, the stories they've come together, what does it mean? They need to have the metacognitive skills as they're reading the words, to kind of think about the implications, to access prior knowledge, to predict, to summarize. There's a lot of skills that children need explicit instruction on in the area of reading comprehension. And then finally, one of the main contributions of this paper is that children need practice writing, not just handwriting, because it's true that children do need to have time where they learn the how to make the letters, but they also need practice on the types of writing, the informative writing, the expressive writing. They need that systematically. So as you think about the implications of the LARS results, maybe there's some categories here that might need more instructional time or more explicit practice as kids are getting these skills. So if you think about the 6 skills, these are the 3 hows. How should this happen? The paper says that there are 3 hows. That the teaching needs to be explicit, where teachers are directly explaining or modeling the skill first. So that term phonological awareness, it's quite complicated for a second grader. We don't want the teacher to say, you should do phonological awareness, but instead to do simple activities where the child is getting explicit instruction on how phonological awareness matches what they're trying to teach from a content point of view. That explicitness is important. The children do better when they're practicing what they saw a good model of, and some classrooms don't have that explicit description and explanation for the teacher before the child operates. And systematic. So what I love is kind of high quality literacy programs or literacy materials that look beautiful, that are quite attractive, that are fun, that children love to read. But behind that beautiful story and that nice lesson plan that the teacher has, there needs to be a nice spreadsheet, some real science behind it, so that these skills are being taught, and as the slide says, in a logical and developmentally appropriate order. And particularly in contexts like Rwanda, where you are teaching 2 languages early in primary school, and in English it's quite complicated. So that developmentally appropriate order needs to underpin the beautiful book. And critically, I think the most of the evidence suggests that teachers do need some lesson plan that they're encouraged and actually expected to follow, at least to some reasonable amount, so that that lesson plan gives them the support to teach this systematically. And then finally, comprehensive, we want to make sure that all the children have this opportunity to do these 6 skills. And sometimes some of them have been skipped or underemphasized. So the point I want to make from this slide is that the core categories of intervention that might happen in a literacy program like the one in Rwanda is they need to connect. So if you look at the top left on the lesson plans and student materials, it's not just that we give the teacher lesson plans and that give the kids textbooks. It's that is directly related to us at the top right. The teacher is trained not philosophically on phonics instruction, but specifically on how they would teach the 30th lesson in the sequence, on how on day 30 they might practice reading comprehension, on how on day 30 they might teach that specific fluency passage. And then in the bottom left, that there is ongoing support. I know in Rwanda you have several different officers who might provide support to the teacher. It might be the instructional coaches at the school or the head teachers at the school. It might be that zonal group, the circuit. It might be at a higher level, but there needs to be ongoing support for the teacher. And I really can't emphasize this enough. To teach literacy effectively, there needs to be support to the teacher. I'm a real big fan of teachers, including teachers in Rwanda. I've seen really committed teachers in Rwanda, but they need the support to do it. We don't need to blame them if they're not doing well, but we can do that. We can give them ongoing instructional support to help them in the process of improving their instruction. And all of this structured pedagogy program is what it says right in the middle. That's the title of this kind of package of lesson plans in the top left, the training in the top right, the support in the bottom left, and it all comes together for the kids to have the practice doing these essential literacy skills that the paper suggests. So, depending on what you've heard earlier in the LARS presentation and how you're thinking about the kind of evaluation of the existing Rwanda literacy programs, you can make progress by focusing on 3 priorities. Number 1, on the left, aligning instruction with evidence. We've seen some countries already making some adaptations to their interventions so that they have better programs. So maybe your program is not explicit enough. Maybe that means the teacher isn't following. Maybe there isn't even a high enough quality lesson plan, or if they do have one, the teachers aren't following it. That's one of the challenges. The teachers have them, but they don't follow it. Maybe there's systematic changes that you can make to improve it. You look at the second bullet. We need to have kids with enough time on all the reading sub-skills. The language of instruction policy that Rwanda has chosen. There are adaptations. If you look at the middle category, is a country like Rwanda that's predominantly doing a second language instruction on grade 3, the teachers need a lot of support there. And they need to have the scaffold on the oral language and the scaffold on the reading comprehension skills to be able to decode and read a language that they might not have grown up learning. So you not only want them to figure out what those letters mean, but have in their heads the oral language skills as well as the vocabulary skills. Once they do decode, their brain on the other end knows, oh, I know what that decoded word means. And then on the right, let's not forget the teacher. That teacher needs high quality teaching materials. They need to have skills-based training, not theory, not what I'm doing now, but actual skills-based training on the 30th lesson. And they need that ongoing professional development. So as you're thinking about the Rwandan case, which of these might be things that you would think about moving forward on? I made some suggestions on what Rwanda could consider. The first one is, I think, a real exciting opportunity, is that there are some contexts right now that have really prioritized learning and improving literacy outcomes, in particular, through the system. What does that mean? These are countries, or in this case, sub-country areas, though they're all quite big. Uttar Pradesh is 230 million people in that state. That have made it a priority of the system that every child, before they finish grade 3, needs to know how to read and needs to know how to do math. That's what they're doing in Uttar Pradesh. If you go to Uttar Pradesh from the district office, you would see in every district officer's wall the targets for grade 1, the targets for grade 2 and grade 3 in Hindi and in English. So we are not blaming a child if they're not hitting the fluency level, or we're not blaming a child if they haven't quite done the comprehension percentage that they need. I know we saw the results on the comprehension percentages for lower primary, but in Uttar Pradesh, it's clear from the district on down that this is my expectation as the district officer. And if a school has a lot of children who are behind, it is my expectation as district officer that we're going to provide the support down to that teacher and to that school to get the kids what they need, because the kids are capable. It's whether or not the system is able to help them enough. And similarly in Western Cape, just 2 months ago, the Western Cape did a similar assessment like LARS, and they found that children dramatically improved. They had 50% more kids hitting the benchmark that Western Cape had set, both in English as well as the local languages, because of this kind of systematic prioritization, the implementation of a high-quality evidence-based program, and some external support to make their system more effective. That's point number 1. Point number 2, Rwanda could consider to review their foundational learning program against a new report. So there's this structured pedagogy program in Rwanda. What needs to change? Could it be the materials could be improved? Could it be a more explicit teacher's guide? Could it be more time on particular areas? Or could it be that the time for practice is higher than it currently is? This is one theme I think has been in a lot of countries that are reviewing their programs against the evidence. Maybe you don't have in the second bullet here, ensure all 6 skills have sufficient instructional time. We're finding in a lot of contexts that there isn't enough time on the oral language. Kids are not doing enough talking. They're not doing enough talking about what the words mean. They're also not spending enough time actually decoding words. Their eyes are not on print enough. And then third, both the Uttar Pradesh and Western Cape examples had a lot of assessment. And I won't tell you which one of them. There's sometimes too much assessment. There's a level where it's too much. But the system does have some idea. LARS is a good summary number, or summary every couple years. But are we getting kind of termly evidence of whether or not the overall program is having impact? And I think when I saw the executive summary of the LARS report, I was thinking about Rwanda, and it did strike me that comprehension could be something that has particular emphasis, because it requires both decoding. The kid needs to be able to decode what that word means, and it requires a language, both oral language and vocabulary skills, that once you figure out what that word is, when you decode it, you have to know what it means. So, and critically, there are some specific comprehension lesson routines that, again, the program I used to work on here in Kenya had lesson routines on how to predict, lesson routines on how to summarize, lesson routines on how to think about what's going to happen next. So could there be more time focusing on decoding and also on these language skills? And just to reinforce that, I think the evidence in most countries would suggest that teachers need support to do this well. They need to have the system reinforce the message that structured pedagogy lessons are important, having the right lessons in language of instruction that are structured. And I think one of the things that we're excited to start partnering with Rwanda on as the Gates Foundation is some AI tools that can help. Student assessment. We're working on a variety of pilot programs that eventually have the pathway to scale to think about how tutoring and how coaching for teachers might be helpful. And critically, that ongoing mentoring. I'm patient with teachers. They're not going to get it. Having a large-scale reform is not easy, but ongoing, frequent support to observe how the lesson is going, to give them feedback on how to improve it. I was just in a classroom last week myself, and seeing a teacher who was trying her best, but that kind of even in her eyes, the kind of being able to see and do, okay, yes, you did this well, but this might be some area you can teach decoding a bit better, was quite helpful. And so the last point I'd make, when I've seen Rwanda, I'm really inspired by the leadership and this idea of a North Star. But I guess my point would be, if we want more learning is going to come from better teaching, not changing the teacher. I believe in your teachers, helping them to teach better, and you can do that by improving the materials, reinforcing the materials, and critically, the last 2 words there, more learning comes from better teaching every day. It's an ongoing daily improvement. Patience, impact is how we get it. And the countries that have made the best progress over the last couple of years are ones who are focusing on better teaching every day by the combination of better materials as well as more support. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share this paper. We will be able to get the soft copies to you. It's something we're quite excited about, because I think, again, it reinforces that we do know how to teach literacy, and we do know how to do that from countries like Rwanda. And we look forward, even as the Rwandan reform extends, to be able to have Rwanda as a core example of one of the best performers in improving learning outcomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ben, for this presentation. Before we take questions, I have a key. I don't know who lost it. See me if you lost your car key. So we're going to take a few questions, and I already see one hand here, another one over there. We have 2 hands. Please help me with the mic. 3. I see Ben can't hear us. Can you help us over there? I saw, I think, on the chat over there.
Good afternoon, Dr. Piper. Sir
Let's
Benjamin.
check if you can hear us.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but perhaps, judging from the expression on your face, you are. Lovely to connect with you again. John Simpson, British Council. Thank you so much, Ben, for taking us through the relatively new GIAP paper. I'd just like to make a few observations, if I may, and relate those to the LARS findings, and then perhaps put back to you for your comments. Really great to see that both pillars in reading comprehension are being foregrounded, decoding and language comprehension, and also that the 6 key literacy skills include those within the language comprehension pillar. For those of us from a language background, of course, we take oral language to effectively mean listening and speaking skills, oracy, which underpins literacy. And of course, there's good evidence, particularly for very young learners, that listening comprehension is the strongest predictor of reading comprehension. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on the importance of oral language, particularly listening comprehension. Then, again, from a language background, we're very familiar with the idea of integrated language skills. And you mentioned in one of your slides how important it is to, to ensure that oral language, vocabulary, and reading and comprehension skills are actually addressed. It seems to me perhaps that the dominant decoding model of early grade reading, which has been with us for quite a number of years, has somehow created an imbalance between those 2 pillars. What we've seen in the LARS findings, and it's a very clear finding at all levels, P3, P6 and S3, is that children, pupils, students are quite good at decoding. They show that they are able to sound out words. Where they're falling down is on the comprehension side. And that's clear across the board. So again, I'd be interested in your thoughts as to whether here we're looking perhaps at the limits of decoding and some of the disadvantages of having a very strong focus on decoding to the neglect of comprehension skills. Another point, I'd be very interested to know where grammar and discourse fit into the GIAP model. Again, one of the findings at P3 is that the hardest challenge that young children had was with understanding a preposition in context. In other words, handling grammar in context. And that's an explicit finding from the LARS report. We know that it's so important for children to understand the meaning of word order and to understand the language links both within sentences and across sentences to understand ideas. So I'd be interested to know where you see knowledge of grammar and discourse fitting into the GIAP model when it comes to reading comprehension. I think I'll stop there and hand back. Thank you so much.
You. We'll take 2 more. Ben, just hold on. Whoever gets the mic first, speak.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Cyprien Bunani. I'm the CEO at Education and Development Consult. Education and Development Consult is the company which conducted this last assignment. My question is, when you were on the field conducting last assignment, I have been asking different learners, more specifically on reading. They have been reading fluently, but when we asked them some comprehension questions, it was difficult for some students. So within your global perspective or your understanding, what might be the cause of that if the children are able to read fluently, but very hard for them to respond to comprehensive questions?
Right.
Then number 2, I'm interested to know, government of Rwanda is just investing in LARS assignment in every 2 years. So I'm asking what is the implication of LARS on the GDP of a country? Would you elaborate more on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, I think the first question was, what do you think would be the cause? Can you hear me? Okay. By his expression, he can't hear. Let's take more questions, then you will help me. Yeah.
I have the mic, so maybe I'll go next.
Yes, please, Charles.
Good afternoon, Ben. Good to see you. My name is Charles Avelino. I work for UNICEF. Thanks for sharing these research finding. My question is about what you've just elaborated. I think is very clear. How does that relate to the curriculum? Because in one of the findings, teacher says the curriculum is heavy, and we've always been hearing that the curriculum is heavy. How do you link these reforms in terms of teacher professional development with the curriculum expectations? The curriculum is competency-based. Ideally, these should already come clearly as areas to be covered, but if those connections are not clear enough, how do we address that, especially considering that Rwanda has been undergoing a curriculum review, both for the pre-service as well as for the normal curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one here, DDJ.
Good afternoon, Ben. My name is Zifrora. I work with Rwanda Basic Education Board. I have a question around teacher coaching and mentorship. So teacher coaching and mentorship is a very important element of the structured pedagogy part to be implemented. I want to understand from your experience, what are the best and cost-effective approach of teacher coaching and mentorship? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take those. If he can't hear me, please notify him. He can just respond to those.
Thank you so much for the questions. What a pleasure to get thoughtful questions. I want to respond to Victoria from REB first. I really agree with you, and I think the evidence is clear that teacher coaching and mentoring is one of the most impactful things you can do to improve learning, but it also has proven difficult in many contexts. My experience here in Kenya suggests that if you can get your civil servants, whose job it already is to observe classes and give specific feedback and to measure learning outcomes themselves, you can have a dramatic impact. So it's difficult to do because big people are busy. I think one of the things that Kenya did for a while, they've kind of not focused on this over the last couple of years as much, but when the programmatic impacts were biggest on literacy, it was because they released some of the non-pedagogical tasks of the mentor. So that, I can't remember in Rwanda what the name of that officer is, forgive me. But for that mentor who has so many other things, when the program had the biggest impact, they really encouraged that mentor coach to go to class and to look specifically at classroom observations and assess learning. And we were getting, I think for a while, around 25,000 lessons observed every month by existing government officers. These were not external people. They were existing government officers. So that government officer in REB, Madam Victoria, would be able to see 75,000 student assessments monthly. And you really had an idea what was working, what was not working. If you go to some of these questions above, it was government who actually had the best data on where things were working and where it wasn't. So that's I think the cost for that when it was really going strong was quite low. You would only reimburse the instructional coach if they had a uploaded observation tool that had a GPS marker from the school. And it was really helpful to make sure it was a GPS marker from the school as opposed to a GPS marker from home, because I know no Rwandese coach would ever do this, but in other countries, sometimes they would do a pretend observation from their house. It would never happen in Rwanda. But when you're able to actually track and have that GPS mapped, you could really reduce the small amounts of fake data. So that's the number one option I'd suggest. The number two option, there are a few partners, including us, who are currently piloting AI coaching methods. We are just launched a new investment that is looking at AI coaching using audio. So it's a tool called TeachFX, which you sit in the classroom and it's just recording the lesson. And then at the end of the lesson, it gives bespoke, specific teacher feedback to the teacher based on the lesson. We're testing it. We've tried already in Sierra Leone. We're looking at that in another country right now. Another one is a virtual video coach, which will do the same idea but using video from the lesson. These are experimental. I really would focus at the short term, Madam Victoria, on how can you make the job description of that coach in the Rwandan system more focused on pedagogy, and how do you incentivize them without costing REB and the ministry more money to actually go to observe lessons. We had a good model on that in Kenya that worked really cost effectively, very cost effectively. So that's for Victoria. For UNICEF, Charles, again, I don't work on Rwanda too much, so I guess I can say this as an outsider. There are countries like Tanzania, several states in India, several provinces in South Africa that have made the really tough policy choice to say, we are stripping our curriculum down. And so we are only focusing on the core essential elements for literacy and also numeracy that are most effective in that P1 to P3, maybe P4 time period, so that we can reduce that worry that teachers feel that the curriculum is heavy. So that's a pretty aggressive policy reform, but the states that are having the biggest impact in India, I think India is probably the best success story over the last 2-3 years on this. They had made that decision that we are not focused on content, we're focused on skills, at least in lower primary. We're focused on skills. I want to make sure that all of these children leave grade 3 able to read and do basic math. And so whatever it takes from a policy reform at the curriculum area, we'll do. So the curriculum are quite different than they used to be. I didn't hear the name of the colleague, but there was someone from EDC who was talking about the impact on GDP. I think there's pretty substantial evidence that if we moved the average child in sub-Saharan Africa, I can't say this specifically for Rwanda, instead of having only 20% of children hitting benchmark, if that became 8%, the economic outcomes for that measure in the trillions of dollars, because we would have so many skilled people in the countries. Somewhere in trillions of dollars per year by just changing one thing. So I think the last set of questions, I think the VG does not see much evidence that focusing on grammar was an essential focus. That of grammar rules that you see when I the subject were doing both English at the letter level, as well as the syllable level, particularly in Rwanda. We need more of that, not less. I wouldn't say that the low skills in oral language comprehension is because there's been too much decoding. I think we need more decoding and we need more oral language. Now, I'm not a policymaker, so I don't have to do the tough choice about where you'd find that additional time. I think there are some countries that make aggressive changes to their curriculum and to how they manage their timetable to give kids enough time to do it. I have seen beautiful lessons, to my colleague from British Council, where kids are practicing how to interact, they're engaged, they're doing a lot of time on this kind of like prediction and retelling and storytelling parts of the lesson. Those are important. But I wouldn't say that you want to drop decoding to have more of that. I think we need more of both. And your point, I think, at the very one, I'm answering the last question the first question at the end is kind of the relationship between listening comprehension and reading comprehension. It is definitely the case that having time where kids have an opportunity to talk and build their vocabulary is essential. I think I've done a lot of data analysis on these EGRA type data sets. I haven't seen that listening comprehension is the strongest predictor of reading comprehension. In fact, it's often fluency, so the ability to decode is often the last barrier to higher levels of reading comprehension. It's not the only thing. We want to make sure that the kid has, particularly in English in Rwanda, they have their oral language skills. But in many contexts, I haven't run analyses in Rwanda data myself, but in a lot of, I think, 12 other countries in Africa, decoding, having time with fluency, practicing reading, was the key predictor. We have a paper on this. You can look it up with Young Suk Kim, kind of the percentage relationships between the various areas, and decoding was critical. But I think the bigger point is we need more time decoding and we need more time on comprehension. That said, part of the challenge has been on the instructional point. Some of the reason why we haven't had enough time is because teachers are doing too much of what I'm doing of talking and not enough time of giving the kids the chance to decode and giving the kids the chance to work with vocabulary. So sometimes it can be improved by just a percentage of time where the teacher's talking versus the student is practicing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. It was so interesting to hear about your insights on science of reading, especially after listening to DG Nessa on the findings on the 6 skills that we need to support in. I wish we had teachers in this room, but I know this message goes to everyone in education sector, but also on the priorities that we have to focus on as education sector in Rwanda. So thank you very much. Please join me to thank Ben.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. So we are going to our last session before lunch today, not the last for the day, but before lunch. And this will be a panel discussion. We're still discussing LARS findings. So I would like to invite Lilian Mutesi from the World Bank to come forward. She's going to introduce her panelists and take over the session. Lilian. Can we have microphones, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh my God. Give me some energy. So my name is Lilian Mutesi, just as HOD Rose mentioned. I'm an education specialist with the World Bank, and it's my pleasure to moderate the next panel discussion. So we just had 2 enlightening presentations, one from DG Nessa on the LARS finding. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Nessa for this major undertaking. I know it's not been easy. Thank you so much thank you, well deserved. So we had this interesting also presentation from Ben Piper, which really gives us perspective on the regional level, but also global perspective on the science of reading and what that means for Rwanda. And so to help us unpack, particularly the presentation made earlier by DG Nessa, we are going to have a panel where we'll have 4 panelists who will help us unpack the findings, but also share their perspectives in terms of the implications these findings have on basic education, what they see as the most urgent areas to address, and what we can do about that. But also we'll hear perspective from a school head teacher who is on the ground to share with us what he observes, what he sees that helps drive improvements, but also perhaps is driving the disparities we noticed. We'll also touch on curriculum implementation, the investments required, but also the role partnerships can play, and also how evidence, collection of evidence can help us inform policy and implementation. If time allows, we'll also engage the audience to ask a few questions. And so to help us really make sense of these findings, allow me to invite the following panelists to join me here. I'll start with Ms. Carlene Mutoni, the Deputy Director General of NESA. Please join me here. Give her a... I'll also invite Mr. Dominique Bihozagara, the head teacher of GS Chimirongo 2, to come and join us here as well. Let me also invite Dr. Flora Mutezigaji, the Deputy Director General of REB. And Camilla Pankhurst, Education Advisor, FCDO. Welcome. Thank you. I'll start with you, DDG NESA. What do the results we just saw presented by DG NESA tell us about the current state of foundational literacy and numeracy among the basic education learners, and in your opinion, which areas require the most attention?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Having a session before something very interesting is it's not easy, but I thank you for your attention ahead. Thank you very much. Actually, this is a very good question and also very tricky because most of the findings were very well shared by the Honorable Minister, by the DG, also very well elaborated on with Dr. Piper, and I hope I'm going to make more insight with a very good justice. One of the things that we have been really observing, our education system is improving. Not yet where we want to be, but yes, it is improving. We can have a very good examples of where the improvement is, but if we go by examples, we can say that even why we are moving from P3 to P6, we are going to really see a very good improvement. In terms of English, you will see that from P3 we are at 46.6, and those are the learners which who actually meet expectation. And at P6 level, that there is an increase because they are now at 72.5. Of course, in mathematics, you will see in P3, it's at 63% learners who meet expectation, and at P6, they are 62%. 8.5. Actually, there is an improvement while a student is staying at school. In science, you will see at senior 3, I think this is the only highest, I can say, ranking at the highest. We have, of course, it's at 74.8 learners who meet expected level. But if you go into gaps now, the gaps as has been already shared before, but the reading comprehension, as we have been seeing since morning, is the biggest challenge we need to face and work on it. We need to make it happening. We need to make sure that the learners are really able to read and understand what they are reading. The P3 learners can really read loud, as I've been saying, but not able to understand correctly and concurrently what they have been reading. We have been really getting very clear number. I do not tend to repeat them. And also in English, P3, the same as in Kinyarwanda and English, the reading, they can read loud, but not able really to understand what they have been reading in English and in Kinyarwanda. And also, just want to highlight that as long as they are not able to understand what they has been able to read, you understand that they are not going even, let's say a learner at P6 is given a scenario question, as they are not able to understand a question, they're not even going to be able now to be able to respond to that question. So actually reading and comprehension impact other subjects, mathematics, science, and so forth. So you can understand how having a reading comprehension at the right path can really increase, is better in primary, but the way from P3 to P6 and senior 3, I can say the curve is not really going up, it's tend to go down. And more research needs to be done. We need to engage more to understand why mathematics from P3, it is really, the curve is not going up, it is actually going down. And the other thing, of course, I just want, as I have been saying, whenever the students are able to do simple calculations, but whenever there is measurement, statistics, and using mathematics in real life, which actually the students are now going to be exposed to while they are moving into grade to grades, that's when I think even data have been showing them that the curve is really going down, and we need to engage to see if there is any correlation with the reading and comprehension. The last thing is the senior 3 English and mathematics. The reason why I want to point out the senior 3 English and mathematics is the senior 3 students are the ones that are going now to go in through learning pathway to choose what exactly they can do. And as long as they are not really doing quietly good in English and quietly good in logical mathematics, you understand how they're going really to be struggling even moving forward. The English is at 63.8. Learners meet expected level. This means more like 1/3 are still below expected level. If we have almost 37% not able to understand, meaning even in their learning pathway, they are going to struggle. The other part is in the mathematics, where only 57% are the one meet the expected level, or also meaning that 42.5 are struggling. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for breaking down the numbers for us again, for emphasizing that yes, there have been improvements, but still a lot more work needs to be done. I'll go to you, Head Teacher Dominique. You are on the ground. You know whether these numbers really make sense. Can you tell us from your observation in your school, but also in other schools, do these results make sense? Is it the same thing you're observing in your school or otherwise? And particularly if you can point to the learner achievements, attendance, but also classroom practice. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Lilian. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. As you said, I'm on the ground where these findings were carried out. I may start by saying that the findings that we have seen, I agree with them, because it is what we are doing there, and we are seeing that there is small improvement, but sincerely speaking, it is what we are doing in our daily activity. You are asking me to talk about the attendance, the practices that we are doing there that can just lead to this improvement. At the center, there is a teacher with who have got different trainings so that can help the learners. And we have also the ICT integration, where we have some ICT tools. So by these ICT tools also helps the learners to study in a good way. And there's also talked about the school feeding program. This also is playing a key role, because the learners cannot study when they do not take food. So I think I may just raise those 3 points. Maybe I will have another time so that I can go deeply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go straight to you, DDG Flora. In the presentation or the report itself, they highlight the role support dynamics play in terms of within the school, within the homes and communities, and these are really coming out as strong predictors of students' achievement. What do these findings reveal about the current key school teacher and learner level factors driving academic performance and underlying learning disparities that we've observed in the presentation?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lilian. The last result has highlighted a number of factors that contribute to learners' academic performance. And I can maybe categorize them into 3 main categories. One, school-based factors, and family or home-based factors, and of course individual factors or learner factors. So the school-based factors are, to me, they are the most important, because we have a little bit of control over the school-based factors. And there are so many school-based factors, as the report highlighted, that of course contribute to learner academic performance. One and the most important school-based factors that contribute to learner performance is, of course, the quality teacher, as head teacher highlighted, and also the report. So the quality teacher is one and the most important factor. And to me, a quality teacher is the one that has a content knowledge of the subject, has a pedagogical knowledge, but also a teacher who is motivated and supported. and a teacher who is responsible. So I think that is the main part of the school-based related factor, and we need to do a lot, and we are doing a lot to make sure that teachers are competent, they are supported, but also motivated. The second part of school-based factor that is also very critical, that was highlighted in the report, is the curriculum. And of course, the curriculum support materials, especially textbook and the ICT tools, all those curriculum support materials. The report highlighted the curriculum, the heaviness of the curriculum, but we are expecting maybe to see an improvement in the next LARS, now that we have revised the curriculum, and the implementation fidelity that we did 2 weeks ago to understand the view and opinion of the teachers on the revised primary education curriculum. The feedback from teachers and head teacher was very positive around the curriculum age appropriateness, curriculum language, and the time. So we had a very good feedback from teachers around all the issues that we wanted to address when we did the curriculum review. So it's very important that we have a curriculum that is age appropriate, that is context and culture relevant, and that is the main reason why we revised the curriculum. But curriculum is not enough. We need to really have curriculum support materials, especially textbook. And I also have to highlight that at least now we have textbook teacher ratio, textbook people ratio, which is 1:1 for the foundation skills. We're also expecting to see at least an improvement in the next LARS. And of course, we are trying a lot to provide ICT tool that can support teachers. The other school-based factors that is very important is also, that was also highlighted in the report, is school infrastructure. When we talk about school infrastructure, we understand obviously classroom. So we can't really overemphasize on the importance of classroom, having classroom and therefore a manageable class size. It's very important, but there's also so many other school factors, school infrastructure related factors that contribute to run academic performance. I can give an example of what we are saying about school feeding, water and sanitation, so many other school infrastructure that affect. On the home and family-based factors, related factors, the report highlighted so many, but I want to emphasize on two. One is the parental education, level of education. This is very important because so many evidence here in Rwanda, the LARS, and so many other global evidence indicate that the more level of education of parents, the more they will be able to support their children and the more the learning outcome. So we really need to work around this element, and that is why we really focus a lot on adult education and making sure that future parents who are in our education system remain in education system and complete at least the basic education. So family factors, that is level of parents, but to me there's another important family factor that really contribute, which is a home, safe and secure home for the children. And there's a lot of evidence that correlate a safe and home environment for kids and the performance. So it's very different for a child to go home and face poverty, absolute poverty, conflict, and violence in home, and then come back to school and expect that child to perform better compared to a child who is socially and emotionally stable. On individual factors, I really have to commend NESA for the looking into learners with special needs. It's a very, very, very informative. But I think we also need to look into learners with special needs, especially those with invisible disabilities. Like, for example, those with learning difficulties, or those who have dyslexia. They are struggling with reading. That is how they are, that is who they are. And in our school, we call them names, call them slow learners, hard to teach, lazy, so many names. But it's their condition, and you can't cure that condition. So I think we need to look into how do we support learners with dyslexia, or learners with dyscalculia who struggle with reading. So I think those are mainly individual factors that has an impact on academic performance. And I must say that we really still have to work around supporting learners who have invisible disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. NESA has put out these findings, and I think we all have homework to go and actually see what we can do better in terms of, really supporting learners to really have stronger learning outcomes. And so I want you to come in and weigh in, Camilla. And from the perspective of a development partner, a stakeholder in the education sector, what positive results in the LARS report show good progress, and what areas, I think it's just for emphasis, because some of them have been spoken about, what areas need improvement and require more investments for us to be able to get some quick wins, but also long-term results going forward.
Thank you, Lillian. Miriwe. So I think this is a really important question, and there's clearly a lot to be unpacked from the LARS 2025 results. I'll just take a moment to also really celebrate NESA and the Minister for doing this assessment so well, and then for sharing the results so openly, and for giving us a whole day to really dig into it, because it makes the investment even more worthwhile if, as a sector and as a country, everyone understands these results and if we're able to act on them. So that's amazing. And for me, that really is the first positive, and that's a sign of how strong Rwanda's assessment system is, and it's only getting stronger. So LARS 2025 is incredibly rigorous in kind of methodological terms. It's going to be used to report against international standards for the first time. So the Sustainable Development Goals, Rwanda will be using your own assessment system to report against SDG 4, which is a huge achievement and I think really needs to be celebrated. It means that Rwanda is serious about evidence. It means that you're serious about accountability and serious about improvements in learning outcomes, and that can't be said necessarily of every other country in sub-Saharan Africa. And as a development partner, that really matters, because it means that investments here are guided by that evidence. They're not guided by assumptions, and it means that we can really work together to kind of keep making things better. The second achievement that I would talk about, and it's been mentioned before, there is a clear sign of progression across grades. More learners are meeting standards as we go up the system, and that's great. That tells us that some learners really are benefiting and the system's working for them. So as a baseline, that means we're not starting from zero and we've got something to work from. But clearly we're not where we want to be for Rwanda to be a knowledge-based economy. So let me just talk about a few areas where, as you asked, Lillian, a bit more investment is needed. And the first one's had a lot of airtime, but I do want to labour it, and that is the link between decoding and comprehension. And I think what we can see from the P3 results is that foundational learning still is low and needs more work here. And I think we should see those results not as being just about P3, but about everything that a learner has experienced until they get to that point. And it suggests to me that we need to be really shifting investment further down in the system, because evidence tells us that even a very marginal gain in learning at the lower levels can have a huge impact as that child goes up through the system. And as DG Carlen explained so beautifully, that gap of understanding at P3 really is a barrier, and it does constrain all other learning, particularly when the language of instruction is English. So the more we can invest at that part of the system, the better. And I just want to make a link here to another really important document that came out. I'm trying to remember if it was this year. Yes, I think so, which is the Education Statistical Yearbook. And if we read these two together, we can see that sadly some of the positives I talked about in grades getting better throughout the system are because other learners are getting stuck, right? They're still in the lower grades, they're repeating or they're dropping out. So yeah, for me this is the single most important thing, and that system bottleneck really needs to be addressed. The second one I would talk about is that we are seeing some persistent inequalities. And again, DG did a fantastic job of talking about these. But just to mention them again, the fact that by S3 girls are behind in all subjects, that's stark. And that's not something you'd expect in Rwanda, I think. So that really needs looking at. The fact that rural learners are behind on English is less surprising, but it's clearly very important. And also the fact that lower income households have systematically lower outcomes, again, is not surprising, but it kind of requires looking at. And the third area I would talk about, which has come up already, but is this point of language of instruction. And I think what I would say is that LARS 2025 sheds new light on familiar challenges that both teachers and students are facing, and does of course suggest the need to press ahead with the ambitious training for teachers in terms of their English proficiency. We're all really excited to see the results of that programme. But I also want to just bring out this point around the kind of link between Kinyarwanda proficiency and English proficiency, and it came out a bit in the discussion between Sophia and the Minister and DG. But we do know from international evidence that the stronger children are in their mother tongue language, the stronger they are in learning a second language. We also recently have some evidence from the Rwanda context, from an evaluation that was done, that shows a really strong correlation between Kinyarwanda literacy and English literacy. So I think we need to keep a really close eye on Kinyarwanda scores at P3, because if those start dropping off, that's not only bad for Kinyarwanda literacy, but likely for English literacy as well. So, you know, this isn't about changing the language of instruction, but it is about exploring techniques to help students bridge that transition from Kinyarwanda to English better, especially from P1 to P3, so that we don't end up in a situation where the language of instruction itself is acting as a blocker within the system.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that. So I'll go to the next round. I recognize that we are the ones between the audience and lunch, so we are cognizant of that. So I'll come back to you, DDG Kalden, just to ask, we've highlighted, you know, what we see, what we notice from the findings. We've seen what we are doing well and where we really need to do more. I wanted to ask, you know, in your perspective, with the perspective of NESA, you know, where do you see, what are the most pressing policy and assessment priorities that Rwanda needs to pursue to strengthen learning outcomes and strengthen its monitoring in terms of, you know, effective M&E?
Thank you very much, Lillian. I just want to emphasize what my previous colleagues has been sharing. The early learning, the foundational learning is very key. And whenever a foundational learning does not meet the expected level, you understand that the students are not going to be able to move with the right package in the higher level. So already many investment is currently done toward the foundational learning, and I would really encourage to continue investing in foundational learning. The other thing is strengthening mathematics problem solving beyond basic calculation. From even the data explain it more than I can do now, but we have seen that learners are able to do simple math, simple calculation, but whenever we are moving to problem solving, whenever we are moving to have mathematics help resolving a scenario problem, it is an issue. So we need now to do more investment on how teacher can now really teach students from simple calculation on problem-solving questions. Then the other part, of course, is to continue investing into classroom, kind of reducing the class size. As we know, whenever a class is smaller, the more learners are going to perform well, which is very well understandable. So really having a manageable class size is going really also to help students perform very well, also helping teachers to have more focus on how can help struggling learners. The last thing I want to talk about is the use of LARS results. I really commend to have LARS results to guide national planning, district plans, teacher support in terms of CPD, and also school inspection. I really want to commend to have a targeted intervention, because not all regions struggle the same. We need to do more focus on how to understand why this region is having this specific problem and find a solution that can work for them. The last thing is to do more research on why female learners are kind of lefting a bit behind from P3 to senior 3. You have seen that in the beginning, if I can say in the foundational learning, they're kind of on the same level with their fellow boys, but whenever now they are moving into higher grades, they tend to left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Head teacher Dominique, I'll come back to you. I want you to elaborate more on the school practices that you think have driven the small improvement that we recognize. What do you think has driven the improvement that we have observed in foundational learning? But also, we have the right people in the room here. What supports do we need to deploy to ensure that the learning gaps that have been identified are dealt with?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by the first question. Sincere speaking, when we are at the school level, we have different scenarios when we are teaching these learners. As my leaders have said, there is an improvement, but as a teacher who is on ground, I may say that, for example, I talked about ICT integration. Some schools have the laptops, have different ICT tools, where when the teacher went to class, they use those tools. For example, learners may study using videos, and this, attracts the attention of the learners. And when we use this ICT, we see the learners are motivated and so attentive in learning, and this helps the improvement of the learners' outcome. I cannot even forget about the school feeding, because as my leader said, some families are poor, which is very difficult to get food. So for now, all students take food at school, which help the learners to study well because they are healthy. So for studying to them, even when we ask them, they say we can't leave the school because we get food and we get the skills and knowledge. There is also the training of the teachers. We have seen so many trainings, but there are even some trainings that are going on, there is my colleague here talked about the English proficiency. Now there is self-study of teachers so that they can improve their language, especially English. This also helps the improvement of these findings we have seen. If I may also say, when we are there, though I'm saying that we have those ICT and what, but we still have the gaps we need to try to get solution. There are some challenges or gaps that need the funds, but there are others that just need the policy from the ministry level. For those who need the funds, they have been said, I don't need to come back on them, but we are saying that there is English, we use it as a medium of instruction at the school level. But we need to improve that culture because we use English when we are just in classrooms, just teaching. But when you are out, normally we don't have this culture of using English. And I see that if we just promote this culture of using this English in all activities that are the school environment, may help the teacher, at the same time even the learners to improve, because we cannot say that I know how to use English without using it. Others is about to really recommend just to reduce the number of learners to a teacher. We have seen the findings. We still have that challenge where a teacher has a big number in front of him or her. About infrastructure, they have said about it. And we need also to continue about the CPDs. Normally, the head teacher is the one who coordinates the CPDs program in the school, but we need also to reinforce, because we need the results or the outcome from CPTs. Because here I want to clarify that we have some teachers who are conservative. They don't want to change. And others who are still young, they lack only that culture of using English, not only in the classrooms, but even outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DDG Flora, I'll come back to you. You earlier talked about curriculum implementation and the recent revisions you did, but if you can shed more light on, because this keeps coming up, it came up in the discussions earlier, it also came back in the findings, that there's really content load or overload. But you mentioned that recently there have been revisions, but please highlight what has changed. so that when we also visit schools, we observe, you know, that which you're saying. But also, could you touch on teacher professional development and CPD? It also came out in the earlier conversation, and the head teacher also highlighted that. What is REB going to do differently, or what are you currently doing, and what support perhaps does REB require from all the stakeholders in those aspects?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lydia. On the curriculum, the opinion and feedback that curriculum is so heavy, it's not age appropriate, it's overloaded, that feedback has been here, I think, for so many years. Yeah. And I think that is that feedback is the one that prompted the review of the curriculum that we did 2024 or 5. So when we did a curriculum review, we actually wanted to address those 3 main feedback. That this curriculum is so overloaded, so much content, it's not age appropriate, and that there's no enough support materials for the curriculum. So when we did the review, we wanted to address that, and this is what we did for like 1 year. And this year we did a pilot of the primary education curriculum to see, now that we have revised the curriculum, taking into consideration the age appropriateness and the heaviness of the curriculum, let's see how it is implemented. And 2 weeks ago, we did an implementation fidelity to see, is it now that you have been implementing the revised curriculum, is it now age appropriate? Is it still heavy? Are you able to cover the content? So we visited school, did a classroom observation, had the focus group discussion with teachers and school leaders, and we shared a survey, an online survey to all the teachers, and we reached close to 3,000 teachers who responded to that survey. And of course, we did a triangulation of the feedback that we got from the teacher online survey, but also the classroom observation and the head teacher and school, teachers interview and focus group discussion. We get a very good positive feedback around now the curriculum being age appropriate, language appropriate. Majority of teachers, actually 87%, that is 2 weeks ago, they say they have completed all the lesson, they've been able to cover the curriculum, which is to us is a very good feedback that address the comment and the feedback. So we know having a very good curriculum is not enough, because curriculum being good and appropriate does not mean the implementation of the curriculum is also going to be effective. There are so many factors that we discussed that can affect the curriculum implementation. And that is where I want to come in with the teacher, because teachers are the main factors that actually affect the curriculum implementation and what we are doing around teachers' support. The CPD, yes, we have the CPD time, we have the CPD framework, we have trained CPD coordinators, we've engaged teachers and school leaders around the CPD, but we also know that there are some challenges in the implementation of the CPD. Some of the challenges are around time and the school context, and that is where we want to focus on. We are focusing actually on 2 main activities, or 2 main support for teachers, for them to be able to really do a CPD as it is. One, we want to be very intentional around the CPD. What kind of CPD do we have to focus on? Because we know teacher need CPD, but what are the ones that we need to focus on? So we are focusing on the subject-based CPD and the pedagogical-based CPD. So the subject-based CPD, one is English. So we are really trying so much to make sure that teachers improve their English proficiency. And of course, the pedagogy part of training, because we know you can have a knowledge of the subject you teach, but if you don't have a pedagogy to teach, to be able to teach, then it won't work. So that is why we are focusing on phonics instruction, training teachers on how do you teach actually reading, these findings around learner being able to read but not able to comprehend. I think it's mainly because they are cramming and recording words, not actually reading. So we want to focus, and we are focusing so much on pedagogical training and subject-based training, but also looking into how do we support teacher to be able to effectively use the 2 periods per week for CPD. The other thing around teachers that we are working on is the post-training support. We do so many one-off training, and we don't focus on post-training, coaching, and mentorship. Now that you have been trained on, for example, phonics, how do we support teachers? How do we accompany teacher throughout to make sure that they are ready? So we also want to focus a lot together, of course, with all of us here on post-training support, especially coaching and mentorship. And of course, again on teachers, because they are the main implementer of the curriculum, we are not only working on the in-service, the CPD, we're also looking into how do we teacher preparation, how do we get teacher from initial teacher education program who are competent and who have the pedagogy aspect enough for them to be a good teacher. So we are working on teacher preparation, but also the CPD. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe Camilla, you'll have to come in now as we conclude and maybe open up for 1 or 2 questions if time allows. I wanted to ask, in your opinion, how can partnerships between the government of Rwanda and the development partners support better evidence-based interventions that improve learning? I think we heard in the earlier presentation, but even here, that there is need for more evidence collection to really dig deeper in terms of this finding and that programs and policy.
Set of data about the situation within the learning system and a good strong signal of where we need to focus. So that kind of tells us the evidence that we have, and of course we can dig in deeper as to why girls are falling behind, and there are other things to look into, but we have a basis there. We also heard from Ben Piper's presentation that we have a really strong now evidence base internationally about the things that we can do to address some of the challenges that we saw in LARS 2025. So we have 2 very important halves of the coin, and I think the question of where partnerships can come in is that we really just need to be very disciplined about aligning partnerships and therefore partners around a small number of high impact priorities. And if we choose the right things, and if we're able to kind of coalesce around those, and I'm talking about that strong focus on foundational literacy, English comprehension, therefore allowing access to the rest of the curriculum progression, then I think we could see some really remarkable changes, and it doesn't need to take too long. So as partners, we really need to be supporting those national priorities and the evidence-based interventions that we know work. So structured pedagogy has been talked about a lot, phonics instruction and broader science of reading approaches, targeted remedial support. These are things that we know work and that we have seen starting to work here in Rwanda. So I think we just need to double down. And if we do that, we could have system-wide impact. Related to that, I think there's a growing imperative for partners to really focus on strengthening the national system in Rwanda and not to deliver parallel projects. And that's a trend that's been happening here for some time, but I would suggest it really needs to accelerate. And that as development partners, we need to be leaning in behind the government of Rwanda and supporting your amazing work. And that means working through government systems, it means strengthening capacities. And I think if we do that, then we can really achieve scale and sustainability. And then the last thing I'll say, because I know everyone wants to go to lunch, is I really think as partners we need to be focusing more and more on that last mile of implementation. So we haven't talked, you may have spoken about this in Kinyarwanda, in which case apologies, but one of the things that struck me from LARS is that we have all the right policies in place here. We have a competency-based curriculum, we have very clear national strategies, extremely strong political leadership, but it's not yet translating into the outcomes that we want. And that gap between aspirations and reality really suggests to me that our partnerships need to be focusing right down to what's happening at school level. And I would echo what head teacher said and what both of our DDGs have said, that teachers really are at the very centre of all of this. And it's only when teaching improves that learning outcomes can improve. So I think whatever we can do to shift our focus to what's actually happening in the classroom will help. Maybe just to end on a positive note, which is that I really do think that a lot of the right reforms are already underway here. And what we've seen in LARS 2025 is obviously we have a time lag. And I think when LARS 2027 happens, we will see real improvement. I hope I'm sat on this stage celebrating that improvement. So long as we all continue working together and make sure that our collective effort is coordinated, sustained, and really rooted in the kind of national systems and national priorities.
Thank you so much. Do we have one or two, or should we wrap up? Okay. I see we have, maybe I'll hand over to our MC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to the panelists and the other presentations that took place previously. I wish to come back to DDG Flora's comments on family involvement. I feel like, given the fact that a large number of our students actually come from parents who are not educated, I want to say we shouldn't actually leave them out. So in other words, my question is coming to you saying, what are the best practices for these parents that can actually put in place so that their children can succeed as well, rather than looking to depending only on the school teachers and the Ministry of Education? How can we involve these parents so that it's a holistic combination that can lead our future Rwandan leaders and development makers in a better place and making our country even to a much more successful as we wish it to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the good interaction and discussion. Mine is not a question, but I would like to come back to the results and linking them to some of the discussions that have just happened. Let me start by having a mother tongue facilitating the learning of another language. Yes, many studies have demonstrated that mastering the mother tongue can help a learner to easily learn another language. But when you look at the results, and I have already identified that the term improvement have been mentioned more than 7 times. Not only these last 2025 results were not linked to the previous LARS due to differences in methodology and other things. However, probably should not single out one performance and probably not focus on the key issues that were demonstrated by the study. Let me specifically come back on languages. There is serious problems within languages. When you look at Kinyarwanda, it's a mother tongue. Even if we said kids are able to decode, no, it's only 49% of the learners who met expectation in terms of decoding. More than 50% could not meet the expected expectations in 2 of the 3 assessment subset in Kinyarwanda. So if they are struggling in their mother tongue, don't expect them to learn better and effectively another language. More than 50%, they are struggling in 2 of the Kinyarwanda subset. So when we go to English, it's the same thing. More than 50%, again, they didn't meet expectations in all the 3 subsets. So what does it mean? We have a problem in teaching and learning the languages in our schools. So the focus should be put there, because we realize that in both languages our learners are struggling. When it comes to mathematics, even if there was some good results in P3, in Senior 3, P3 and Senior 6, but overall, between 30% and 42% of all the students who were assessed could not meet the expectations. So you can understand, it's a lot. It's really a lot. And when it comes to Senior 3, the number increases. But overall, from P3, Senior 6, and Senior 3, between 30 and 42% could not meet expectations. So in science, that's probably where we can say the student did well, but I wanted to come back on these results. And because we've been talking about improvement, should be singling out only one performance, let's say in mathematics and forget or overlook the other areas that really need focus. And this goes to what DDG said. Let's make sure that in our planning, in everything we do, in the CPD, we focus on those areas. That's what I wanted to say. Coming back to the results and really make sure that, yes, improvements in 1 or 2 area does not cover everything else in terms of areas that need improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. DG, we are running out of time. We're taking those 2.
Thank you. Thanks to the Ministry of Education for a very revealing LARS. I have questions that I would like to direct to head teacher Dominic. Dr. Flora, thank you for the pillar of school-based factors. I like that. And the 3 aspects around which I would like to ask head teacher Dominic are around curriculum heaviness. So many teachers continue to say that the curriculum is heavy, but Rwanda Basic Education Board is confirming that implementation fidelity carried out around the newly revised lower primary curriculum proves that it's light. So, head teacher, in your school, is the lower primary curriculum light? And can that lightness be carried over to other levels? It would be great if you could confirm. Then teachers in a number of education research endeavors have continued to say dukeneye amahugurwa, but there has been no specificity around the trainings. So, hey, Teacher Dominic, do you think teachers need more training, or we could use a very sustainable and cost-effective platform such as the CPD framework that is sustainable, that is catered for on the school timetable, as a platform where teachers can really help each other to improve? Because we agree with the ministry that CPDs are sustainable, cost-effective mechanisms through which teachers who have higher expertise than other teachers can mentor each other, so that we have all the school-based factors that could really enhance school-level quality being nurtured. So, do head teachers need more training? So, do teachers need more trainings, or can CPDs be used as a sustainable platform for teacher development? The last one is on, even the last findings are showing that teachers need more resources. But we also know that the Ministry of Education is spending a significant amount of resources on textbooks and other resources. And there is also evidence that some of these go unused for longer periods of time. So, Head Teacher Dominic, do schools really need more resources, or teachers need resourcefulness? Because we could support teachers to use the little resources that are available, including other mechanisms where they could devise and improvise and use no-cost materials, so that the very essential practices that Dr. Ben talked about, the need for ongoing day-to-day support for children to decode and to comprehend language, become supported by not just resources that are from elsewhere, but resources within the school environment, because printed resources are there, and the government is confirming that now with especially in lower primary, a 1-to-1 textbook ratio, I think we have all we need. So, Teacher Dominic, it would be great for you to confirm whether these internal factors could be further enhanced. Thanks.
Thank you, Yona. Yes, please go straight to the point, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Ariette Guizamahoro from Right to Play. Mine actually is not a question, but a reflection on what the panelists have said. These dissemination findings that you've seen, they all align with the teacher at the field level. So the teacher we want, whether we scored high, whether we scored low, it all comes to the teacher. So our teacher, they should have the right content, be subject expert, also get motivation, and also our curriculum be age appropriate. So it's a call for us partners who are here represented as supporters of the government to see where the highs are, the lows are, so that we can see how best to support for what have gone well, to keep going well, what have gone low, to find ways of improving. So, and also to thank, it would have been possible that the findings are there but then kept on the websites, but the way it got disseminated widely, and the fact that this dissemination was in Kinyarwanda in the morning, it's something really good that shows that everyone really participates on it and have a say and something to do about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another intervention here.
Thank you so much.
Will be the last one.
Yes, I'm Juliet, the Vice Mayor in charge of Social Affairs from Nyagatare District. Just want to talk about teachers' motivation, and there are many things that have been said here
And I didn't hear about teaching and learning styles that help teachers to deliver the lessons to the learners. Like we have different styles to learners, how they can be facilitated in learning. But our teachers, maybe many of them, when we are inspecting, they are not aware of that, like how they can use these teaching styles in the classes, like kinesthetic style, auditory, audiolingo, visual style, like those styles that can help learners to learn well. And I understand that sometimes they fail because of the effective number of learners in one class. But we can help them how they can maybe put these learners into groups, how they can organize well the classes so that they can help the learners to study well. So it was just adding on what has been said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I've been asked to be brief. My question is around the assessment. I think it goes with both DDGs, NESA and REP. I would like to know what is being done or what can be done that our teachers are equipped with the necessary skills to assess children in terms of tackling on the logic and science of every concept. So meaning that maybe DDG's REB somehow tackled about this, but maybe NESA. I think when from the Ben's presentation in the morning, he was saying that North Star, where he was saying that better learning outcomes comes from better teaching. But I think it goes with assessment. And also this would also somehow support in terms of comprehension and logical teaching where they were saying that mathematics on P3 is okay, but from P3 up maybe the curve diminishes. So I think which is somehow goes with how do you assess. So in this, I'm asking myself what is being done and what can be done so that our teachers are equipped with skills and knowledge to assess that tackles science concepts and logical teaching or logical concept of the topic, not just completing and then the assessment can be either diagnostic or formative or summative, but how to make sure that in every assessment we are tackling these key concepts and logical thinking. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank
Very
you.
brief.
Thank you. My name is Francine Mkakarisa, Vice Mayor in charge of Social Affairs in Rusizi District. Mine is just a suggestion. You talked about the investment and the further measures that to take to improve the quality of education in the future. I would just suggest to take particularities of the province or district, and we do not use the approach of one size that fits all. In the findings, you highlighted the issue of lack of performance in mathematics in Western Province. It's not just being defensive because I'm in the district, but you have to consider that the long distance could be the reason. Even if you said that this assessment could be the basis for the future assessment, but we can think some of them. The long distance sometimes could be the reason because it can affect the attendance and the punctuality for the teachers, for both teachers and the children, which could cause the school dropout and the shortage of teachers and the turnover as well. This could cause the instability in the teaching, which will also could cause the underperformance in the subject. What I would suggest is just to consider that particularities of district in remote areas specifically, just to, when you want to invest in education, to consider all those factors. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Anastas, representing Rising Academies. We run initiatives that strengthen foundational learning in literacy and numeracy at primary level. My question is directly, addressed to head teacher Dominique, whereby we quite often hear teacher continue teaching in Kinyarwanda despite the medium of instruction being English. Why is it the case? Is it because teachers want the learners to understand better, or is it there any other problem? And what would be your recommendation to other head teacher probably on how this can be improved?
Thank you very much. I think we'll have another time after lunch, maybe to share. Let me give the floor to the panel.
Thank you. Maybe let's start with head teacher Dominique. You heard the questions that were mentioned. I think the last one was about the issue of teachers teaching in Kinyarwanda as well, while the language of instruction is English. Could you shed more light on why that is done? I think there were also a couple of questions posed by Yona from UNICEF to you on do teachers really need additional training? And do schools need additional resources? If you can react on those three questions, and then we'll go to the other panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by the questions from Yona. The first question was about curriculum.
Yes.
Because my leader Flora said that there's no problem, but from Yona, is getting information that there are some teachers who are still just saying that it is still heavy. I may say that the curriculum itself, as it is made, there is no problem. But where it comes a challenge, it is how to implement. Now, this is the teachers. Some teachers, they understand and they implement and they don't have any challenge. But others still have the gaps. That's why I go to the second question where I say that the teacher need the trainings, because it's a CPD program itself cannot just help the teachers to have more skills. For example, when you are seeing this small improvement, I may say that we have seen some, we have got the trainings from different partners, like Rising Academies, where they helped us about literacy and numeracy. And when we see these teachers, we have some teachers who, as I said, that they are, maybe they have learned this from TTCs, and others didn't attend TTCs. So if they get chance for this training, they get more skills to just to help them to do their work. And even the CPDs also, they help the teachers. So I can say that the teachers really need these CPDs and the training, because they get skills from those two. And you have also asked about do really teacher need the resources, or they can just rely on CPDs. So I may say that we also, the teacher need the resources, because it's only resources, the textbook you have talked about, some may get from the ICT, they are online, but we find that online there are some textbooks that you need to pay. So that's why we need the support of textbooks from the ministry, so that the teachers may just get these books to help them to prepare the lessons. Sincerely, the teachers need this. You have also talked about the external factors that can influence or can impact on the learner's performance. Of course, if we take an example of this conflict in the family, when we are seeing the learners in front of us that come from that family is struggling, sincerely speaking, to study. Let me go to the Anasta's questions. We are still seeing the teacher who are using Kinyarwanda while we are supposed to teach in English. I agree with you, they are there. As I said, in our teachers, we have some who are conservative. They don't want to change. Others may say that they are young teachers. They do not attend TTCs, so they are having that problem of just using English. As a recommendation, I may say that we, as head teachers at the school level, we are just going to make or to monitor regularly how they use English as medium of instruction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those responses. Maybe in 1 minute, TDG Nessa, if you can react on the two questions. One on how better we can equip teachers to be able to assess. I think he was making reference to the earlier presentation from Dr. Ben Piper. How can we support teachers to also be in position to assess their learners across the 6 skills that were highlighted? But of course, I think it would need to work with REP. But if you can shed more light on that. And then there was also a question, I think, from the Vice Mayor of Rusizi, who was emphasizing that is there an opportunity for NESA to really dig deeper and highlight the provincial differences, and she was already thinking of certain things that might be the reason why, for example, Western Province results in math are the way they are. So is there a plan? I remember previously NESA arranged provincial dissemination events for the different provinces. Is that still planned? Will provinces have a chance to dig deeper in the results so that they can now support, the different districts based on that evidence? If you can react on those two, and then we'll go to DDG Rep.
Thank you very much. The question regarding how can we make sure that we are assessing the critical thinking or the problem solving. Currently, how NESA is actually doing it, it's we need first of all to understand that we can be assessing without having the teacher teaching those kind of skills to students. So, and I think that's how it needs to start from the classroom. How are they really being taught in a classroom? Are they being taught just to memorize the formulas, calculations, to do some simple calculation, or are they taught to use the gain knowledge from the formulas on how now to solve real life problems? Then after that, then that's how now NESA comes in. And what we have been trying to do since this year, this academic year, since term 2, we do prepare assessment standards, where now I can say we do assess what we have been able now to see. And of course, we assess from what the curriculum is actually giving, how the content is structured, and what are the competency from the content. So how now the competence curriculum is, it actually gives a room to assess what you are thinking in terms of critical thinking, in terms of real life problems. So to make it a bit harmonized across all districts, if I can say across all the schools, we do prepare assessment standard to be followed up from the term 3 end of exam, also the term 2 to term 3 again. And we also train head teachers and docents on how the question should be formulated. And by that, we'll be sharing results maybe end of this academic year to see if that really has been really helping students to perform well. And we do believe through CPD, of course, CPD, it does not only mean that we are training teachers on how to teach, but it's also how we are training teachers on how to well assess, because they can be well teaching, but not assessing also in a very good way. Then we are going to have a gap. So both things, I can say it is kind of in parallel, and with now a very revised curriculum, if I can say, we have a very good room of making improvement. The other question or suggestion from the Western Province, yes, I do agree with you. The solution on these concerns we do have currently is not going to be a one-size-that-fits-all, because the issues differ from one region to another. And yes, we are planning to have a district, not provincial, a district dissemination. We might even end up saying that maybe we need to do further than a district, depending on the challenges that some of the districts are facing. So from the district dissemination, we are going now to go deeper, but specifically in that district. And in any case, there is furthermore engagement needed. We are going to help to unlock many of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DDG Flora, if you can react to the question from DDG RTB on best practices in homes and communities and how that can positively influence learning outcomes, but also if you can make any reactions on the other questions, that would be good.
Yeah, thank you, Lilian. On the question around how do we involve parents in education, I think it's a high time that we become honest to ourselves, that government and development partners, we will not be able to improve quality the way we want if we don't involve the most critical stakeholders in education, which are parents. So it's very important that we become so intentional and aggressive around involving parents in education. There's a study that Ben shared of the cost-effective approach that improve learning globally. And one of the great buys of that report is actually parental involvement and explaining to parents the importance of education. So one way to do it, to involve parents, is we have to really do a number of campaigns to show parents, look, education is actually an investment. You can invest in your child and you will get benefits. They have to understand the importance of education. It's not an easy task, because as government and partners, we have to show them that it is working. You will get benefit if you invest in education of your children. So we have to show them the relevance of education, which I think we've done it. We've been able to show the relevance of education. So we have to work together and be intentional around getting
parents on board. But the other approach that we are actually working on is we also have to invest in adult education, and we are doing it as REB, but also education sector, because we have statistics that 22% of parents, 15 up, they are not educated. So we are working so hard to educate parents. The functional, numerous, and literate skills for parents, at least for them to, if parents have at least functional literacy and numeracy, they will be able to understand the importance of education. And when we are working with parents in adult education, one important feedback that we get from the parents that are graduating from this program, they say, now I understand the importance of education. My child is going to go to school. So that is two approaches that I think we can use to involve parents. One is being really intentional around the campaign to explain the importance of education and their role, but also invest in adult education. Mm-hmm. The other question around assessment, it's very important. Assessment is skills. It's not everybody that can prepare an assessment item that measure all the competences that we need. Actually, we were struggling, even the curriculum team, when we are doing a curriculum review, how do we set up an assessment item that measure knowledge, skills, and values? So to come up with assessment tool that measure all those competencies is a skills, is a competence. So what we do as REB is when we are doing a curriculum, we of course have an end of unit assessment. We believe that when teachers are teaching, they will look into the assessment item, end of unit assessment, and see how the assessment question and item are formulated, and then be able to mirror or emulate the question as they do assessment. But we know that it's really an area of improvement to train teachers on how to set assessment items that are really comprehensive, that measure all those skills that children should have.
Thank you very much. I think DG Nessa earlier was emphasizing the need for us all to take these findings, if we talk about improvement, to really contextualize it in terms of what really the assessment found. Do you want to make any quick reactions to that?
I did. I don't actually know if this phrase crosses cultures, but I wanted to say snaps to DG Nessa for that point. For what I read, what I took from it was let's be really real about the results, and I agree, and thank you for kind of bringing us back to those stats. And it made me think, and one of the threads of the questions that came out there was about how do you set the level? How do you set the level of the curriculum? How do you set the level of the assessment? And there is a real balance between national relevance and international comparability. And I just wanted to make the point that, in itself, assessment is an aspirational act. And by aligning with international standards and benchmarks, Rwanda's making a statement, right? It's making a statement about the type of learners you want, about the type of countries you want to be compared to, and about the type of future that you aspire to, because today's P1 students are going to be driving the economy in the 2040s. So actually, we have to be really serious about the level of education that they're getting and what they're achieving, and closing that gap between aspiration and reality is pretty urgent. So I just wanted to pull that point out as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think we'll end here, but maybe before we end, just the key words that really came through in this discussion for me were the need to really focus on languages. I think that is a key that I've taken note of. The other is the story on gender. I think there is a lot to unpack there, and also ensure that our programs really are informed based on what we are seeing in the evidence. DDG highlighted the need for us to really use and utilize the evidence that we are getting from LARS 2025, but also, if need be, for researchers, they can do further research to really unpack some of the good evidence that was shown here. I think reading comprehension really came through many of the exchanges here that needs our urgent attention. A motivated teacher could be really our best bet in terms of really driving learning outcomes. But also the panel here noted the need for us to really pay attention to factors outside the school, in our homes, in our communities, that can influence learning. Of course, we recognize that there's need to reduce the class size to ensure that teachers really have a manageable size to be able to support learners. But also, I think what we also hear is the need to dig deeper to understand the regional province disparities and then use that and support them directly to be able to improve learning in those different contexts. With that, thank you so much. I think it was a fruitful, though long, but fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian and the panelists. Thank you very much. So we are running late, out of time. So we're going to take lunch right now, and lunch is served down.
Thank you so much, Rose. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to 2025 LARS National Dissemination. So we now move to a key part of today's agenda, the panel discussions on partners' insights on LARS findings. LARS has given a critical data on learning level in Rwanda, but data only matters if it drives action. This panel brings together our partner who are working on the ground to improve learning outcomes. We hear their reflections on what the findings mean and what surprised them and how we collectively move from evidence to impact. So to discuss on this matter, please join me in welcoming our panelists for discussion. First of all, Madam Titina, representing the World Bank. Titina, you are most welcome. Titina brings deep expertise in education system and financing, and has been a key partner in supporting Rwanda's learning assessment. Next, Mr. Charles, Chief of Education at UNICEF Rwanda. Charles leads UNICEF work on foundational learning and inclusive education across the country. Mr. Silas, please welcome. Silas from Learning and Inclusion for Transformation. Silas brings extensive experience in classroom level intervention and teacher development. So welcome and thank you for joining us. We're honored to have you inside today. Yes, let's start. We have to go straight forward and to be quick this afternoon. Let's start with Titina. The World Bank has been a long-standing partner on human capital development in Rwanda. And looking at RARS 2025 findings, what are the biggest implications for how Rwanda prioritizes in strategic investment? And specifically, how can we use this evidence to drive down learning poverty at scale?
Thank you so much, Chodileo. Good afternoon, everyone. And let me also congratulate NESA for a very successful completion of a much improved LARS, really big achievement. So coming to your question, HOD, I think one, in looking at the LARS results within the broader picture of human capital development, I think we really have to kind of take it out of this room where all of us in this room are convinced foundational learning matters. But we have a broader audience and a broader coalition that we have to build, right? So right now, I think Ben said something, which is making learning the North Star. The reality is outside of this room, jobs are the North Star, right, for the rest of the education sector. I think just broadly governments, but also the public, youth are really looking into what skills they need to have that gives them jobs, the immediate question. And that, the Rwanda and other countries, of course, similarly, are making big bets, right? Be it aviation or, I don't know, digital, AI, any other sector that you might think that will deliver on that jobs agenda. That conversation, I feel like, is creating this false dichotomy of, the need to invest in skills, technical, vocational, the higher order skills linked with the economic priorities, and the foundational learning, as if investing in these higher order skills means that, you have to take money away from the foundational learning. It's like as if an opportunity around that and kind of to some extent to be investment outside of the education sector on foundational learning. I think we really have to connect the dots to the medium, long-term, vision of the country, and make sure that we are going to double down on foundational learning, and really it's a compounding effect that we have to build on, and how core it is to the human capital, but broadly to the economic agenda of a country.
Yeah. Thank you very much, T. Charles, UNICEF has been also a champion for equity and foundational learning in Rwanda, and the last 2025 data confirms that learning outcomes are shaped by system-level factors. From your perspective, what must we do to build and scale sustainable, evidence-based model that actually close these learning gaps for every child?
Yeah, thank you, HOD, for that question. And also want to add, I think DG has stepped out. But yeah, I think it's in order to appreciate really the great work that done. Of course, this work is being done every 2 years, but I think this particular one is exceptional. So I also wanted to add my voice to that. In terms of your question, I think education it's something that is very complex, and it's everybody's business, as we all say. But we also agree that, which also came out throughout this morning, is that the teacher is really key in the business of education. So when we say teacher is key, this morning there was a lot of emphasis on teachers' skills and capacity, but we should look at it also more holistically, because you have the teacher as a skill, but you have teaching as a profession. One of the critical elements in Rwanda, I think, here is that the focus has been a lot on teacher capacity and also teacher remuneration. We know 2-3 years ago that there was also increase in teachers' salary to motivate teachers, and there is a Mwalimu Sacco and so on. But we also have to think of teaching as a profession. The people we're having in the system, those who really want to become as teachers, how can we make sure the teaching profession is very attractive, so that then when a teacher becomes a teacher, if a person chooses to become a teacher, that person has a motivation to teach and a motivation to go an extra mile. So what I want to suggest here is that since evidence is all out there, let's focus on seeing how we first make the teaching profession as attractive as possible, not only in terms of monetary terms, but in terms of career progression. The CPDs that we have, it's very important. It's focusing on enhancing the capacity of teachers, but what does it lead to? What does it translate to the teacher in terms of their career progression, in terms of what they're going to get in the system as they grow, or as a role that they're playing. So if we focus on the CPD, for instance, we have the evidence that there are approaches that work. How can we make the CPD intentionally focusing on those priorities and those areas that are known to be working? For instance, Ben mentioned about reading. So how do you align the CPD? Currently, there's so many courses that are being done as part of the CPD. The framework has been developed. How can you make the CPD focus more targeted and linked to what all these evidences or studies are showing, for instance, findings of LARS. So that's the first part, make the CPD focus on the areas that are emerging and also making sure that the gaps the teachers have are addressed through the CPD. The career progression, I mean here is that when you're recruiting teachers, you want them to become teachers, but everybody wants to grow. So the teacher statute, I think, was passed a few years ago. How can we have, if it is not there already, how can we make sure that the teacher statute also defines when I'm a teacher, this is where I start, this is how I grow, and this is the future that I'm going to get through the teaching profession. So I think these ideas have been discussed a lot, but I think this is an opportunity for us to look at them holistically so that we don't only address one side, but we address all of them. Linked to that is also the management of the teachers. Once you recruit the teachers, how do you make sure that the teachers with the right skills are the ones deployed in the right places? We say we need competent teachers in the foundational years. Are we doing that intentionally? You know, so that when you do that intentionally, you make sure that the teachers who are in the system are placed at the right places, and also that the transfer are done objectively. I think the teacher management information system is doing that, and so on. And lastly, the accountability side. We know NESA also does the inspection, but the inspection looks at how things are working. How can we strengthen that to couple it with supportive? I think this morning Ben also mentioned that feedback mechanism, so that the inspection is not only about finding how things are going, but it's also a way to support teachers, whether it's through the CPD framework, but also the inspectors who are at the sector level. So I think in brief, we all agree that the teaching profession or teachers, the critical elements of what the system needs. Let's look at how the teacher is supported in a more holistic way, and so that we address the elements instead of addressing them individually, address them in a holistic way, so that we get holistic, sustainable outcomes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Charles. And you have highlighted the key elements, and for information, we are on track on recruiting new teachers and placing them next month on July. So this teaching professional is key. Silas, last 2025 also confirms that what many teachers see daily, and we have seen the testimony from head teacher from JT Mirongo, and two main children, P1 to P3, can sound out words but don't understand what they are reading. And LIFT works directly in the classrooms, and we know on this exact challenge. From your experience, what are the real barriers at classroom level that stop kids from moving from decoding to comprehension?
Thank you so much, Ido. Let me confirm once again that the findings from LARS are true. We observed the same, and that's partly why LIFT is here, because we are actually part of the solution we are bringing in the sector, because you are specifically addressing this issue of reading, but not just reading in a form of word coding, but definitely comprehension. So there's a number of hindrances, of course, but I will just mention like three of them because of the time. The first one, as I mentioned in my previous submission, is related to materials, reading materials. And here, when I'm talking about reading materials, we need to underline three aspects. These reading materials should be age appropriate, something that a kid, P2, P3 kid will read, and it's related to his age. The second one should be in the context of where children are. I remember once I was reading, when I was studying, I was reading, I think a book, and it was talking about the stories of UK. I had not been in the UK myself, and I was just reading because it was completely off my context. The third one, this material should be engaging. When you see most of the materials you have are just textbooks, but those want to be really helpful for the young ones. So they have to really be engaging with right illustrations and images, which make children attractive to be reading them, but also add a bit of comprehension when they are reading them. So insufficiency of reading materials or lack of reading materials is one of the challenges that we saw when we are implementing this program. The second one is related to time constraint for both teachers but also students. You will see we're discussing this morning about the overall curriculum. Very good. It has been revised. That's very good. But I also, as I talk about time, need to really appreciate the effort that the ministry has done this academic year of putting reading periods in our timetable. I think Thursday and Friday, we have those two periods which are fully dedicated for reading, which is really a huge milestone. What they are reading, it's a different thing, as I said before. How they are reading it is another thing, but at least those 2 hours are, 2 periods are dedicated there. So it's a starting point, and we definitely start from there as we build this. Then the third one, as I stop, is related to teacher capacity. Our teachers need really training on how to teach this. Part of what the Job Rift is doing is also training the teachers on instructional literacy with the aim, of course, passing on the same message to students. But, and I'm calling you, whoever has time to jump out to schools and have that experience with teachers. But even the teachers themselves are really struggling to even do the decoding which is part of it, the first step of it. So what about now the compression? That's for teachers. So the good thing is that there's a good will. Of course, teachers are enthusiastic about it. There's a political will. We have support from all of us. But the training, teacher training, is another hindrance that we find in as far as this aspect of reading comprehension is concerned.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. I think reading materials, the time for reading, and also capacitate our teachers how to support students are very, very important factors. Tina, the World Bank supports Rwanda's education investments at scale, and based on last 2025, where should future financing be directed to get the biggest gains in foundation learning? And I'm thinking of areas like remedial programs, teacher training, and so forth. So as World Bank, what do you think?
Thank you, HOD, again. So one, I think we should think about what do we mean by future, right? Because June 2027, a year from now, NESA will be out in the field collecting the next LARS data. So are we thinking, what are we going to do this coming year so that LARS 2027, we have a year, right? Mm-hmm. Or is it LARS 2029? I think we should be really, really specific, right? Because in thinking about the investment, for example, one of the results we show is, or the DG presented was, overcrowding, when especially you have students above 60 per classroom. It's one of the factors that's correlated with, lower learning levels. That will take a longer term to advance, both because the financing is substantial, but even you have financing, classroom construction and so on takes longer. But then, so I think we should really be very, very specific on timeline and not leave it as vague future investments. So next year, what can we do? And then, for 2029, in 3-year term, what do we do? And then, we can keep setting it. I think that's one thing. And I think in terms of this LARS is really amazing. I think the way that it's done, it's really unpacks where exactly are students lacking, right? For each grade level and subject level, which competencies are missing. I think we should really exploit it. The factor analysis, they are correlational as DG elaborated, but still it really points to some of the areas. So timeline, and then within that, how are we gonna address each of these problems that were identified through LARS, right? And I think DDG already highlighted to a lot of things that REB has already done, including simplifying, streamlining the curriculum, and so some of the big changes are already made. So it's a matter of, I think, seeing the impact. But I think we should also look at now what is the complementary one, and deliberately, develop an action plan for the foundational grades linked with the foundational learning strategy, but really being specific next year. What type of materials? Is it, resupplying textbook, or is there additional type of learning materials? And where is that coming from? What can we do? I think we should really have a very, very specific planning session, almost an action plan development for this. Since you mentioned remedial, maybe actually let me comment on that one. So the really good thing is remedial education is not a new program for Rwanda. I think REB has already done the very hard work of raising awareness, Teachers expect it, schools are doing it, head teachers know it, parents know it, right? Like your kid during the school year or over summer, they might be included in a remedial, all of this, the logistics of it, how you deliver it, how you organize it, the really hard things are in place. I think given that you have this vehicle, can we look at it and see, like, okay, the summer remedial program, which was initially intended to really address the repetition program, is there something specific on foundational learning, but also for the higher grades, like S3, for STEM education, that needs to be added and really be a focus on to make it really improve, you know, these results for the next iteration. The same for, you know, under QBE and also through other, the UNICEF-supported programs, the LIFT program. I think there are elements that are being implemented, and there are, you know, a plan for REB to scale up some of these programs next year. But now I think we should look at them based on the LARS findings and say, what elements do we need to emphasize on so that these programs are actually going to help move the needle, right? So I think we have the evidence on where we should invest. Ben has already shared, you know, what is specifically. I think it's a matter of really honing down on the few priorities in a very, very deliberate way, time-bound way, that will help us move the needle.
Thank you, T. That's very interesting to be specific in our planning, and for sure to focus on what gives us the best return. That's very interesting. Charles, UNICEF work centers on the whole child, and learning, nutrition, protection, family support. RAS shows us that what happens outside the classroom shapes what happens inside. And how do we get government, community, families, and partners truly working together to build that supportive environment for children to learn and thrive?
Yeah. No, that's really a very good question. And there are quite a lot of things that that could be done, and in a more holistic way that involves more than the Ministry of Education, and that includes early childhood development. Because when children come to school, there are a lot of things that should have happened before they come to school, whether it is in terms of cognitive development, in terms of nurturing care, we call it in UNICEF. That is not only the education aspect, but the education starts more from even stimulation. How a mother talks to a child when the child is still a baby makes a difference in terms of the child's brain development. So I think adopting that holistic approach is really needed, because that involves the Ministry of Health, it involves a National Child Development Agency, and of course, before it gets to the Ministry of Education. Fortunately, I think Rwanda has done a lot in the area of early childhood development. What is remaining is really strengthening the linkage between what happens to the child just before the child comes to school, so that that connection is built. And we say that it's readiness to school. So when you are in early childhood development center, NCDA says there are about 32,000 early childhood development centers across the country. And those early childhood development centers not only provide nutrition and health, but they also provide the early learning aspects. So I think working more closely with NCDA and the Ministry of Health and also the parents would also strengthen that linkage, so that by the time the child becomes 3 or 4, the elements of brain development and readiness to start opening a book or even holding a book the correct way, it's already done. So when the child comes to pre-primary at the age of 5, that child is ready for school. So I think the platform is there, the early childhood development centers are there. NCDA, I think, is working with Ministry of Education at the moment with REP in terms of clustering even some of those ECDs around schools. I think in addition to clustering the centers that are more preparing children for school readiness, pre-primary angle, also working more closely with NCD Understanding and the Ministry of Local Government to say what happens in those centers, so that when the child becomes 5 and comes to school for pre-primary, this child is ready. So I think that's an area that we need to strengthen, because one, we also have evidence that if a child misses that by age of 5, that affects the child's learning trajectory going forward. So why not arrest this issue early? And secondly, we also know that the kids who are performing now, LARS shows, who are not doing well are in rural areas, which is where the parents, or they come from the background of families that are less able, and where you don't have materials for children to start learning at home. So having early childhood development and REP extending that arm through clustering would also ensure that these children, before even they come to school, they have some access to resources. They have access to trained caregivers who will be able to prepare them too. So I think those are the areas. That way we'll address not only the child's development, but we'll also will be reaching the children who are at least, I don't know what's the right word, but from families that are least able to afford to buy a book or talk to their children and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, Charles. I think that holistic approach to support child development is very important. It's a key. And Silas, now, the comprehension gap is real now. And kids are decoding, but not getting meaning. You work directly with teachers on this. And what should we prioritize right now? Training, coaching, material, class time? What actually helps P1 teacher make that jump from say the word to explain the story?
Yeah, I think you have already answered the question, part of it, and also Charles did. Let's start with this support from the communities, parents, and everyone, because reading comprehension or learning at large is not a one-time thing. Yeah. It's a practice. It requires consistency across. So if you start from communities, definitely teachers will be supported in a way. Children will have at least time to even keep interacting with reading, even when at home or weekends, etc. So there is support from communities at least. Secondly, teachers, as Ben said, is integral into this whole thing. So teachers need support. They need to be supported to get enough skills when it comes to reading comprehension. So they need to be supported with training, capacity building of the same, so that they're able to give what we need. And there are a lot of techniques to use. I don't want to go into technical matters, but they deserve some tips on how to probe, how to ask children open-ended questions, how to trigger conversation and discussions with students, so that that becomes really a kind of structured learning, that it doesn't just end from decoding, but it goes to comprehension. I don't think I need to mention the large classrooms that we have been discussing this morning, CPD time use, etc. So when you have done all that, actually it gets to integrated language learning, which is actually key. I don't have time, but the issue here we're even discussing is not even just one thing, but it's an integrated thing, which, as we saw before, it doesn't only end from reading the text and understand the text, but you saw that it even affects other subjects in a way. So teachers need to be supported themselves, but they also need definitely support from communities and policymakers across.
Thank you very much. As we close, I would like to ask each of you for one specific commitment. As partners, you cannot leave this stage without a commitment. Looking at the last 2025 findings, what is one concrete action your institution will take to improve learning outcomes for Rwanda's children? And how will we know 1 year from now that is working? I can start with you, Cyrus.
We committed already. As I said, the RIFT is specific around this, trying to address this reading comprehension challenge. You might be aware of the work we are doing with REB. Thank you so much, REB. We are trying to actually scale up what we've been doing in the 7 districts into other districts. So we remain committed to that great work. And what we really dream is a situation where when you go to schools next year or so, you'll be finding a lot of age-appropriate reading materials for our kids, enough time for children, but also teachers who are skilled enough to be able to support these learners. So we remain committed, DRIFT remains committed despite, of course, some challenges, but we are already committed.
I do not comment on the commitment. Yes, Charles? No, it's okay. That's a commitment.
Yeah. I think, I mean, without being so too specific, but I know the area that we really UNICEF is keen to support is to see, as part of the government's commitment to increase pre-primary net enrollment rate to 65% by the end of the NST2 period. We are keen to support, collaborate with REP to see how we can, the government can be supported to extend support to these community-based early childhood development centers. Because there are I think the latest statistics shows there are 580,000 children enrolled in these facilities that are mainly community-based. And then in normal schools, there are about 600,000. So it's almost the same number. So if we can improve the quality of services for these 580,000 children, I think this will have a significant impact on the LARS in subsequent years, because these kids would be school ready when they come to P1, and by progressing, as we all know, early childhood education or early learning opportunities also increase learning outcomes. So that's what I can say. The clustering is specifically, we're keen to see how we can best support that, so that these ECD centers have teachers that are deployed by RESP, and they also have access to materials.
Thank you, Charles. Titina, people who understand very well the World Bank as a name, the first thing is financial support. Yes, what about commitment from World Bank?
I don't know if at my pay grade I can make commitment for our institution, but I think one thing, somehow actually the LARS 2027 timeline aligns with our flagship foundational learning program with the quality-based education program. One commitment I will make is the bank team will support the Ministry of Education, the key agencies, REB, to look at the remaining key investments that are going to be taking place next year, draw lessons from all of the great program, including LIFT, the UNICEF programs that have looked at, to really see if we can repackage them, refocus them, prioritize them to actually move the needle. I think we have still an opportunity to make these last bits, including the the remedial scale-up program that the bank project will support. I will commit that I'll take these results and continue to advocate for foundational learning, take the message outside of this room. I think we should all commit to make that and really change the narrative that this is not an investment that we can neglect or put back or wait on and so on, right? It's urgent. I will make sure, I will do my very best to make sure that it's reflected in our country partnership framework and so on. I think that's really important that we all do in each of our respective agencies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists. And 3 messages today. One, we must invest. We are the evidence tellers. And in teachers' immediate support and classrooms. 2, learning needs the whole community, government together. 3, reading without understanding is not learning. So last 2025 gave us that diagnosis. I think this is a practical session where we end with the commitments. Thank you very much for your, yes. I don't know if there is time for questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Leon. I think it's a nice discussion, and I really enjoyed this conversation this morning. I think it's the same for the rest of us. Yes, of course, we have questions for you, and this time we are adding a commitment as well. Thank you for introducing that. So we are going to collect 3 questions, and then we shall assess whether we still have enough time to go for other 3 questions. Let's start with...
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as Rwanda Basic Education Board, we wanted just to thank NESA for this dissemination. As our role is just to improve the quality of education, see what was just presented with the support of our education partners. We shall do what we can just do to make sure that the next LARS, we don't see this gap. We are going just to plan accordingly and make sure that we improve what was just shown as a challenge as far as education is concerned. Yeah, for the panelists, the competitions organized at school level, I can see them as one of the solutions just to bridge this gap. There are different institutions organizing different competitions, like Kigali Public Library, where they involve all schools, starting from village level to national level. There is also another initiative going on as far as English proficiency is concerned in all schools in Rwanda. Supporting this initiative also, we lead just to improve this gap which were mentioned in this report, like supporting the foundational learning, literacy, numeracy, focusing on P1, P2, P3. Now doing advocacy as our educational partners have been supporting. Is it possible just for starting for September to support these initiatives as far as competitions are concerned? Because the more students compete, the more they speak, they write, they listen, they read. And then this can also create a conducive environment. I don't know what can we do just to make sure these students learn from others during this process of different competition. I want just to hear from you if you can have a say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. More questions?
Thank you so much. I'm Gervais from the Ministry of Education. I also appreciate the panelists for having talked on the teacher capacity. Mine is about if we want to capacitate teachers, it will be like a priority. Where should we lay an important focus between pre-service and the in-service teacher training? Maybe the question may be directed to Titina in terms of financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Gervais. One more question? Okay, so let's, the panel, the DG has just opened that one question. Maybe Leon, see how that question can be answered.
Yes, thank you very much, JP. I think DG started with the REB commitment, but also would wish to have partners also commitments on reading and writing competition at school level So I think each and of you will have to give another commitment on that request from DG Rep. Starting from September, how can we do that? Yes, you can start with Silas. Yes.
It's a quick yes from us, because you see a lot of advantages when it comes to these competitions. It increases critical thinking, that fluence that we're talking about. There are a lot of benefits when it comes to such kind of competition, debates, etc. What we need to do is now getting it together, as we'll be doing it for most of the days. After this dissemination, I think, as Titina was saying, we need to again get together and really come up with a practical roadmap of how we need to get things to the next level. So, but it's a good idea, and then we need to definitely be having a discussion. But yes, we have what it takes to start these off in our schools. It doesn't really cost that much if it is well organized.
Thank you. Charles?
Yeah, I think this inter-school competition, I think globally we know things that happen, right? Like what is it called? The reading bee or something? Spelling bee, sorry, the spelling bee and so on. I think DG, we had quite a few discussions about how can we start something that will not only motivate students, but also create a culture where children would want to be their best as much as possible. I think it's something that could be discussed and see how it could be done sustainably, because you don't want to start something that will die after a year or two, but something that would motivate the school, but at the same time remain in the system. And this can usually be done best when it's built into the system as part of, what it needs to be done to improve. So I think there is room to discuss to see how this can be done. Kigali Public Library has been doing it consistently for, I think, more than 5 years now. We normally participate. I missed the last one, the previous year I attended. So, and they're doing quite well. And you see a lot of joy in the faces of the children who have won with their parents and so on. So it's something I think that can be discussed and a way forward found.
Thank you. Titina, answering that question, you had also on Gervais' questions about where do we have to focus between pre-service and service in terms of financing. Yes.
So maybe let me start with DG's question.
Yes.
I think it's a good idea to really think, because one thing actually in DG Nesta's presentation that came out was how, especially for English outcomes across all of the 3 levels, how the home environment is like really highly correlated, right? Like having a computer. All of those are indicative. It's not having the computer, I don't think, in the home that makes the difference. It's basically what type of environment, context is that creating for kids to be exposed to English, right? I think that's what it is. Maybe we need to unpack it a little bit. So for kids who don't have those things, how can we, somehow the school has to compensate a little bit, right? Or the community library has to compensate. What are we gonna do to create, outside of the classroom environment, context where kids can practice their oral language skills for English? I remember, could it be a reading club, right? And kids love clubs, honestly. Like, I remember actually my school personally, when I was in Ethiopia, we had English club. It was like my favorite thing in school. We'd go Saturday morning, we were creating dramas and so on. And I really think that was actually the one thing that helped me learn English, not the grammar lesson in the class. So I think it's worth looking at it. I agree to Charles, like how do we make it sustainable? But maybe honestly, if like the school buys it and the head teacher thinks these type of initiatives are useful and they keep the school open, probably kids would drive it, maybe with one teacher or something, right? Just to create the environment where, kids they're reading, the love of reading is developed, they're speaking English, they're practicing, they're fearless. I think it's worth exploring, and I would look forward to discussing if that's something that within the programs can be, within the engagements that we have, it could be incorporated. On pre-service versus in-service, good thing we also have HOD. I think I will pass part of the, I'll give my insight, but I'll pass it actually to you. I don't think it's one or the other. Pre-service represents a really critical and probably very efficient way to generate a very competent teacher, right? Because they are in school, these young people probably are more open. It's the first time they're learning how to teach, right? So the new innovative ways, all of the things that we're talking about, how to teach decoding and so on, like all of the, the 6 skills are probably easier to train them on compared to, an older teacher who has, or somebody who has been in the system for so long, has done things, and even logistically, right? Like they are in a school anyway, you are training them and so on. So I don't think it's one or the other.
Yeah.
Pre-service, honestly, I really don't think we should miss that opportunity. All of the things that, we want teachers to do in classroom, I think we should look at the TTC curriculum and make sure that they are being taught on those things, and in school they are being, they are practicing and, in their practicum part of it, because I think that's probably one of the most efficient ways to shift that. But we still have, large workforce that the in-service has to do to, be there. The CPD has to be there, and then I think for those we have to think of all of the solution, including potentially the AI coaching. And really also, support in-service teachers also to really be effective, but honing it on their classroom practice to the extent possible. Yeah.
Thank you, T. I think yes, I totally agree with you. Just we have to focus on both pre-service and service. We cannot put aside 110,000 teachers, in-service teachers, saying that we focus only on pre-service to prepare the future teachers, competent one. But we have really to support both of them. So I totally agree with you. Thank you. JP, do you have another?
Yeah, still collecting more questions. Yeah, we have one from our sister here. Oh, so we still have a few minutes for questions.
There's another question there.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the nice panel discussion. Mine is about how do we ensure that we support the teachers after training. We have been speaking about the inspection, feedback mechanism, coaching. So I was wondering if there is opportunity to start collecting information from the teachers who are implementing well what they learned from the trainings, so that they can be able to support their peers in their area. If we see that maybe there are some coaching mechanisms that are expensive, but if we use the teachers in the same area who are implementing well, this is something also that can work and motivate teachers to participate actively in the trainings and going back, implement what they learned. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Maybe we can go for that.
Yes, I think that's not a question. It's a good suggestion, and I really support the idea. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, we are going to give you a link where you can still send your comments, your questions, your feedback, and of course, adding any commitment that can add value to quality education in Rwanda.
Yes, JP, perhaps before
Please do.
You close, and I would like to thank you, all participants, and I think this discussion has given us the direction. Now our job is to deliver, and let's meet again with the results for our children can read, understand, and use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we really appreciate your panel. Shortly, we are going to be sharing a link at the end, but I think our DG Nessa, can do the closing remarks. Still reminding you that you can send your comments, your questions, your commitments, whatever you feel like is important for improving learning outcomes in Rwanda.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. GP. I'm not going to take longer. I would start by thanking everybody for having responded to our invitation and come and be with us today during this event of disseminating LARS 2025 findings. So I also would like to thank all participants, panelists, the discussions, the inputs, and different observations that were given. But again, the audience, how we interacted with the panel. Now LARS findings are out. I would like to come back to one of the questions that were asked before by one or two teachers. In a sense, they were asking, the results are out, so what? What next? So let me use the words of one of the panelists. Let's make sure that the last conversation does not end in a few minutes when we leave here. Let's make sure that we use the last results to make sure that we work on the different areas that need improvement, LARS demonstrated, and make sure that during LARS 2027, we will be somewhere, again disseminating or publishing the findings, but again looking at some of the improvement. So it will be really, if I may use the term, a waste of time. A study like this one takes time, takes money, and energy, so let's really use it and not filing it in a cupboard somewhere or only publishing it on a website. So let's work together as all education stakeholders to make sure that we put to good use the different findings of LARS 2025. So this was the first phase of LARS 2025 dissemination findings, but we will hold other events. We intend to go at a district level, meeting teachers and the others, and make sure that the message is spread, because as it is always said, education is not a one-man show thing. The entire community intervenes. That's when education, quality education is improved. So thank you very much. I would like to wish those who are traveling safe travels, and those who are going to do some other activities I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
A few announcements. Vice Mayors, if you have not submitted your mission orders, please pass to the registration table. And